Revolution Radio, where we do the nasty work. www.freedomslips.com.
Feel that things were not quite right, that everything was just ever so slightly askew?
Do you have, to paraphrase Morpheus, a splinter in your mind?
If you're interested in hearing the latest information about UFOs, the paranormal,
ancient cultures and structures,
monatomic elements,
longevity,
fantastic discoveries in science,
downloaded to your brain,
then tune into us. Hi, I'm Dave.
And I'm Mecci.
And we are Shiny Side Out, Sundays 2 to 4 a.m. Eastern. See you then.
Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com. You don't need to expect us. We're already here. All right. Thanks for listening while we took that short break here at Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com. And yeah, we're going to get back to your host.
Hey everyone, this is Dave from Shiny Side Out, carrying on the round table on freedomslips.com. Thanks Bernie for agreeing to keep going. I'm happy to take the reins for a little while, and you'll have to refresh me on all the things that were, not all the things, but just for me, and like to recap at the top of the hour if you don't mind, Bernie.
Okay.
It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time.
Oh, this is a pleasure for me. This is really amazing that we can talk like this. You're 9,700 miles away.
Talk like good on you for doing the maths.
So that's a very exciting thing here. I think this is a very great thing. I really feel honored to be here, believe it or not.
Well, look, thank you very much. I've only just recently been met Lorian, who's put together that the UFO con, and it's just an amazing thing. And you know what? I actually feel a little left out because I'm so far away. As you said, 9,700 miles. I wish that we had the caliber of people that go to these events, and and just to one thing, to experience it, and two, to meet all these wonderful people, and I've got my hand up in the air because I'm an experiencer myself, and I've got a life and a family history of the whole business, so nothing's truly a surprise to me, and really that's probably the reason why I've gravitated towards doing what I do. Oh, and also for a comment that one of my previous bosses said to me, which was, "Don't fill silence with chat," from one of my bosses, and I found my element. So Bernie, if you don't mind, for our new listeners who might be tuning in right now, just please give us a little rundown of yourself, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay. I just recently came to the disclosure. I wasn't in favor of disclosure. I still am not exactly in favor of it. But I didn't believe that the world is ready for this. And I don't believe that people take to it too well. And I believe there's things that we're going to find out about the space alien question that will be very disturbing to a lot of people, and that will change our society. There was an assessment made of all this. Time to time, they called it the assessment, actually. And what effect it's going to have on our societies, international relations, religion, the economy, and there's many aspects to it now. But everyone seems to want to go for disclosure, and a lot of people stepping forward. I was asked to step forward as far back as maybe 8 or 10 years ago, and I kind of mulled it all over. I said, nah, I got a life, and it's going to complicate my life, and I really don't like it. And I'm not, had I been a very wealthy man, it wouldn't be a problem. But, I'm not a very wealthy man, so.
And there isn't, to be honest, it's not a revenue stream, yeah? Disclosure?
That's correct. Very expensive sometimes. You got to travel around a bit. People got big expenses or whatnot. So, but a lot of people, you persuaded me. A lot of people talk to me about this. I mean, you're talking about 20 or 30 people over the last 10 years, and then Andrew, I made contact with, and then I said to him, I think I know you from someplace. I think I was with you in the jump rooms. And we started talking. We talked all night, talked for about 8 hours. And the same thing with Brett. We talked for a very long time. And they convinced me to go ahead and step forward. We convinced one another that we actually knew one another. We were actually in the jump rooms together by talking to one another. And then I saw a picture of Brett when he was younger, and that looks like him. But Andrew I will never forget, because we had incidences with Andrew and incidents with Brett that you couldn't make up, and conversations that we had years ago that you just couldn't know about. And then
unless you were there, right?
Yeah, unless you were there, and then you would say, well, remember when this happened and that happened, what happened? And they'd say to me, and then I say to them, well, this is exactly what, that's it. You must be that guy that was in the classroom with him. I was the guy. And then I'd say the same thing to him. I said, did this happen, that happened? He was a little reluctant, Andrew, to answer my questions, and I don't blame him. A little embarrassing, but it was typical of what was going on at the time in the jump rooms. There were a lot of things going on that couldn't be explained. There were a lot of reports that were contradictory in the sense where they were in conflicts. One guy saying that he had a encounter with a creature and he got mauled and he got hurt really bad, and then the next report 2 or 3 days later said he was fine, he's fit for duty. So there are a lot of reports like that. I mean, I know they're not going to make sense to the general public. That's one of the reasons why I elected to step forward. I read all the reports at the time. It used to be like 40 reports a month, and then as I went through all of them, a lot of them are repetitive.
Repetitive in the sense of that they were just containing the same information.
Yeah,
not about different events, but similar, like a background noise of issues. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we had the creature sightings, a lot of creature sightings. We had the areas that we go into, gray creature sightings, or conversations with gray creatures, or people going out on comp, or people retiring, or somebody wants a promotion, somebody's getting divorced, or some personal issues in there. Somebody's leaving the program, or there's other people requesting to come into the program. So there's a lot of repetitive things like that, or sighting of a new area or land, what we thought was the same area as before, or we didn't know if we were going to the same area, or was a different area, and there was a lot of confusion that way. But the reports, they usually went from the jump rooms, they went up and then lateral. And by the time they got to the administration where I was at, they were summarized, and then all new items were listed separately, casualty reports, future manpower requirements, appropriation issues. So when I came along, the appropriation bill was coming up. So they wanted more details about what was going on, and then things took a turn, for the better or the worse, however you want to look at it, where apparently new land was discovered, new creatures were sighted, and that they had firm contact with something. That was the whole issue, that they were jumping to the same place all the time. All the different teams were reporting the same thing, and that what we needed to do from that point on was what we needed to do. And that's when I came aboard. So first of all, I brought into the question astrophysicists, but the term then was just physicists and astronomers, to determine where we were. They could locate where we were, but if they couldn't locate where we were, could we locate where we weren't? And then they said, well, they recommended we consult with the astronauts who brought on board, put on the contract. I'm not going to say their names. They're very private people. I don't blame. And then we determined what we had and what we needed to do. So what we needed to do was to get more reconnaissance video equipment to work, because we had problems with electrical things working. Even my watch stopped. I had a very expensive watch, and it's never worked since, as far as I can tell.
Wow.
and nothing worked. Nothing electrical worked. Well, worked for a short period of time, then died. But then Hughes' people, his engineering staff, came on board and said, I think we can lick these problems. Let's go right ahead and continue jumping. I want you to talk to my engineering staff, and we're going to look at these reports and summarize what we need to have done. And eventually they got videos to work, and eventually we had cameras working, electrical cameras. There were other types of cameras, other types of video equipment. They weren't video equipment. Like, I don't know if you recall from the silent film era here in the United States, they had these cameras on tripods. You had like a big camera box, and you had a little handle on the side that you turned.
You cranked it, yeah.
We had those cameras we used that took the pictures, but when they came out, they actually came out, and you could see everyone there, or whatever figures we were filming, but the background was very yellowish, and they looked like a cartoon. Because the film emotion was, you know what I'm saying? It looked, if you look at it today, you would swear it's a cartoon. You would swear it was make-believe. We even had done at the time some surveys where we actually showed these films from these old mechanical filmmaking machines in different places and different bases, and people weren't told what it was. They just said, well, come take the survey, you get a free lunch, whatever. And they would watch it before the movies. They would see it at the military bases, and then they would get a survey questionnaire at the end of it, and every one of them said it was make-believe. I think one guy said he thought it might be real. So it looked like a cartoon. They said it was make-believe. They can't be really creatures. Those aren't really space aliens, and those people most of them said it would look like a cartoon, and they didn't believe it. So that was a very long time ago, and that's film reconnaissance we had at the time. But as time went on with these jump rooms, and Andrew Basago and Brett Stillings, when the West Coast jump room, and the instructor was Major Dames, were in the most advanced jump room at the time, although the Navy was working on another more advanced model at the time, which more on the experimental side. The firm did the same. We did this reconnaissance, we did these jumps. We didn't know where we were going. We had no way of telling where we were going, but Hughes' people eventually hooked up videos to the jump room, inside the jump room, and then on top of the jump room. So on the outside of the jump room. So we were starting to get video reconnaissance, but then we had problems with the optics. It was kind of like looking through like a fisheye, where you would see the object in front of you, or a figure moving around, and then around it was very shadowy, or very out of focus. But eventually they fixed that problem. He said, we're going to fix this problem. It ain't going to take very long. But in 6 months, they had everything pretty much up to snuff. So we're getting better and better reconnaissance. And then this whole question as to where we were going was being worked on for the astronauts, who said that we've got some homing devices left over from Apollo. They should have merged Apollo in the jump rooms at some point, which they were working on, which never came to light. But should have been done. Something has to be undone, as they say. So we moved homing devices around to just about every place we could jump to, and left them behind. And they would flash lights intermittently, or flash a signal intermittently, or upon request, if you knew the code. If you got close enough and you picked up the signal, you can send it a signal, and then it would flash a light and send out a transmitter signal, so that you could determine where it was coming from. And some of them would come out from space. Some of them were coming from different parts of the Earth. Some of them may have been moved around. We had no way of telling if they were ever moved, or if they were in the place that we actually put them to begin with. But it was a start. It was a start of something. So the next thing that the astronauts recommended was that when we make these jumps, we take back samples, soil samples, rock samples, pictures, as best we could. We had mechanical cameras. They weren't like electric cameras they were today. It was very peculiar cameras. I haven't seen them since. And then eventually take soil samples and rock samples, and eventually trying to determine where we were. And that's where the controversy lies. So we decided to try a different approach, and the astronauts definitely recommended this. We took things with us that were very unique. Like, for instance, I mentioned, typical scenario would be that we would bring years ago they had Coke machines They were very small. They were about 4 or 5 feet high, about 2 foot wide. But if you emptied them out, they're very light. They only weigh 20 or 30 pounds. So that would fit in the jump room. So if they ever make a reconnaissance of Mars, and either through the rovers or through the satellites, and you happen to see on top of a hill a Coke machine, you're going to say, now, what is that Coke machine doing there? I don't think the Martians had Coke. So that's what we attempted to do for future reference. And that was a very, very long time ago. So we left a lot of things behind. And hopefully somebody will find it someday and say, well, obviously there was somebody here, because I don't see how it was possible that this place we came to had the Coke machine. And things like that, along those lines, was what we were doing. So we were discussing that with Tones as to where this all started. And I was going over how, as a very young child, I was brought along the program, or the project, as they said. And I'd gone through different jumps from a very, very young age, going into different areas, crawling around, coming back and saying what I saw, which usually was a gray creature, which I didn't know was a gray creature at the time. I would ask, what did he look like? I says he was white. I says, was he wearing any clothes? I says, no, he didn't have clothes, and the skin was smooth. And they were asking me, like, how many fingers did he have? But he had his arms folded, so I couldn't see his fingers. And he was standing there, leaning up against the desk. It was in a small room, but I noticed I couldn't seem to look around. But then I turned around and I crawled back through the tunnel, which is a very peculiar tunnel. It was some kind of white tunnel. It was basically off-white, and it was square, and it was very small. It was about 2 or 3 foot tall by 2 or 3 foot wide. It was a little wider and it was taller. And then I would crawl through that and report back on what I saw. I did it once, but I tried to do it the second time and it collapsed. And they actually reached in and grabbed me and pulled me back. So, and that's what we were talking about with Tones. He said, where did this all start? I said, well, that's the first jump I remember. You're calling it a jump, sure it wasn't a test. I think it was a jump because, and when I tried to do it again, it collapsed. They're very rare events back then. They were only done 2 or 3 times a year. It took a lot of know-how and a lot of manpower to get the whole thing to work. And then it would only work for a very short period of time, maybe a minute or two, maybe 3 minutes. And then...
And that's all the time you had?
That's correct.
Wow. So, I'm just going to recap a bit here, right? So, the Coke machines themselves, I remember those when I was young, and they had the bottles in them, and the bottles themselves were locked under a machine, a mechanism. Is that the one where they had the bottle opener on the side?
The bottle would be very small. It was a very small Coke bottle.
Yeah, I know exactly which ones. Over here we call them like it's a store refrigerator, but it's you open the lid up and you look down inside it.
Yeah, it's basically a refrigerator. It has small Coke bottles in it.
Yeah.
But if you take all the bottles out, you take out the refrigerator part of it. It's really light, and that's what was done. I think somebody did it and left it someplace. They said, well, somebody's going to find it, and they even left a note in it. I remember, right. And then somebody's going to find it someday and say, what in blazes is this Coke machine in there? So that's hopefully, if it goes to plan, somebody makes a reconnaissance of wherever we jump to, and I don't end up confirming where it was. Apparently it was off-world, and somebody's going to find it someday and say, well, we found this ancient civilization, looked like it went extinct, and look at this, we got a Coke machine.
Look at a Coke machine, that's awesome. Do you know who it was that was... I'm going to use, and please note this is no disrespect. Dialing up the destinations, so to speak.
Hold on 1 second.
All right. Wow, everyone, this is. I'm honoured to have Bernie on the show. Oh my goodness, this is the best information. It's one of those things. We had Kerry Cassidy on, and we were talking with Kerry about all the things that happened, and this was referenced in a third-party conversation. So When you're back, Bernie, just let me know.
I'm ready to go.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, Bernie, who is dialing up the destinations?
That is a very good question. To this day, I don't have an explanation for it all. Now, I discussed this with a lot of people.
Yep.
And my view was, and there's a lot of views on this, is that, and someone else in Tones' conversation brought this point up, which is a very good point, and it's probably a highly probable scenario, that there has to be some kind of an alignment of the planets, or what we call a celestial alignment of these vortexes or these slots or these fourth dimensions to make the jump. And that's true. But I think there's another route too. There was like a circuitous route.
Oh, it looks like we're having a bit of bandwidth issue on the connection with Bernie, but when he comes back, yeah, that's okay. This is such an interesting topic because here we go. I think we've got you back again, Bernie.
Okay, so we were jumping from point A to point B, and that was direct jump. So, and for some reason, when we made these jumps, based on the astronomers' opinions, Mars was in position, so they felt we couldn't be directly jumping to Mars. So another theory at the time was that perhaps we were taking a circuitous route. We were jumping to another point, and then to another point, and then to another point, and then somehow slingshotting around to wherever Mars was, which is probably true. So wherever we were going, sometimes we were in a direct route because we learned from the video reconnaissance that we went in one direction, basically. We went through these wormholes and corkscrew things. But sometimes we went a different direction altogether and went up through an area that looked like Antarctica or Alaska or the North Pole, because you could see ice all over the place. That's all you saw was white all over in every direction. And then you went down into the Earth, into some kind of vortex, and then out into space, and then out into an area, and then you bounced around, and then went through these corkscrews again, and then you ended up someplace else. But it was the same place we went directly the last time. So apparently there's more than one route based on this other theory they had of this planetary alignment or celestial alignment of these wormholes, which both is probably true, and both is probably what was going on at the time. So there's some evidence, a lot of evidence for it with the videos. If you can gather where this video, what this video was filming, parts of the Earth or parts of space, to determine where we know where we started and where we were going to, what direction we were heading. We can see parts of whatever city or town or area that we were flying over. So apparently we were flying through some kind of tube sometimes.
So you had visibility outside of the tube, the virtual tube, so to speak, yeah?
There was limited visibility in the beginning. And then at one time we managed to put a porthole in the jump room to see out. And then determined that there was a lot going into this, trying to determine what direction we were heading. Sometimes we were heading east, sometimes we were heading north, sometimes we were heading directly up. And that's about as far as we got for sure, that we're really sure of. But what happens at some point, we seem to leave our space. We either entered a slot or a fourth dimension or another dimension, and then did all these peculiar corkscrew maneuvers from time to time. Andrew Bisago is really good at explaining this. So is Brett Stillings, who's part of this project we were involved in, and they're really good at explaining all that. My job in the beginning was just to go down there and find out what was going on and what their needs were. The appropriation bill was coming up, and the manpower requirements would be if they wanted to get more technology or more manpower. They put into technology more than manpower.
So,
but yeah,
no, it's all intriguing. So there was a particular opacity of the when you're traveling, that you could look out and you could get at least your bearings in some cases when things look vaguely familiar?
Well, all the jumps that were made, we took pictures or videos as best we could. Mm-hmm. We brought back samples as best we could. We left things there as best we could.
Yep.
It was never definitively determined where we were going. Although some people of the opinion, based on, and there's some early explorers from England that claimed they'd actually seen dinosaurs, went to a place with dinosaurs. You're going to this hollow earth theory where the earth has elevations to it, mm-hmm. or has dimensions to it. And the same for the other planet that we went to, or Mars. And one of the biggest things we did, and Barry was very good at it, and so did Andrew, was that we took a flare gun, which is what I was explaining on the program with Tones, and we shot it up into the air because I thought the sky was very low. So we shot it up to the air, and then the flare bounced off something in the sky.
Wow.
Apparently, we were in some kind of big bubble, some kind of big canopy that looked like a sky. And eventually we determined it was about 60 or 62 feet high, and that we were in some kind of bubble. Now, where this bubble was, we didn't know. We had homing devices there that were going off periodically, months later, sometimes years later, determining that we were... some of them came from space, some of them came from the Earth, and bounced around the Earth circumference. So it could be out in space, could be inside the Earth, it could be in another dimension. What the astronauts finally term as a slot. See, the physicists are debating all this, and rightfully so, but they're going to come up with the fourth dimension. It's all going to be the fourth dimension. Where we jumped to, went to the fourth dimension and ended up at a place. If we went inside the Earth, it's a fourth dimension. If it's a slot, it's a fourth dimension. The astronauts use the term slot, basically.
Mm-hmm. Mecci and I covered dimensional travel, and were able to prove it through the transformation of monatomic gold and vanishment of that, and comes back and it's intact. That it has to be somewhere else, so that somewhere else must exist, and therefore dimensional travel must exist. And there's been a lot of people who have just woken up and their life has been completely different from what they remember it being yesterday. And there's people who have just appeared, and there was a lady that appeared in a, sorry to be off topic, but there was a lady, this is supporting you, a lady appeared to Whitley Strieber's wife in a closed change room. She just appeared from thin air and was confused about where she was. That lady experienced something that she couldn't explain. So that I'm a big supporter of it. I believe that there are other dimensions. I like flatlands as a child, and it's difficult to explain to other people. But the next question I've got for you is, with all of those signals that the beacons that you put out there,
yes.
Are you aware of, because they would have had their own ID. So imagine if you could see a radar of the universe. Do you know how far away some of those destinations were that you might have been to?
We determined over the years that we're looking at a radius of 450 miles to 11,000 miles, maybe 110,000 or 111,000 miles. So all these areas, that's inside the Earth or around the Earth in this sector of space. Now, as far as the Mars computation, it is possible that we traveled 11,000 miles to Mars, based through this transit system or these wormholes or whatever you call it, that are about 11,000 miles, corkscrewing around. So it's like I'm going to the moon. We know that's about 267,000 miles.
Yeah.
But I'm taking a circuitous route, which is a lot less. It's only, for argument's sake, we'll say it's 500 miles. I'm going from Point A in California, 200 miles to the North Pole. Now, why the distance is shorter, I don't know. We called it a differential at the time. And then we go from inside the Earth, and then we slingshot it right to the moon, which brings us to another 300 miles in this conduit system they have, this transport system. So I know that doesn't make sense, but all of the aforementioned matters and all of the evidence points in the direction that unknown science can't explain it. We have a problem with our instruments. They're not calibrated properly
for dimensional travel.
That's what the issue is. It seems like dimensional travel is a lot shorter and a lot quicker than the actual physically walking, say, from here to the moon. It'd be 267,000 miles.
Yes.
But this dimensional travel brings it down to about, for argument's sake, just 500 miles. And how you manage to shorten the distance, and how you manage to shorten the time differential. We call it a differential, distance differential and the time differential. Cannot be fully explained by any known science that we know of, but it does exist.
Well, I believe that it's because the time is either dilated or it's and you're going too fast for the speed calculation to be correct. Therefore, the distance is further. It all seems to make sense, but you know.
Well, it's making sense now.
Yeah.
Because we have better observations, we have better correlations between the jump rooms and the Mars rovers and the Mars satellites, and we looked at the moon surface. We see all sorts of buildings and spaceships and all sorts of things there. Same way with Mars, the moon, and now it's all starting to make sense. Even though we can't explain the distance aspect or the time aspect, it's all making sense that we're apparently going to these places, and we just can't seem to fathom how exactly or who's in control. But apparently there are gatekeepers, there are beings in and around these areas who allow us access for periods of time, and were showing us something. I think that's what the exchange program with the ET was. That they would show us things. They didn't say how, they didn't say when.
Yep.
But apparently that's what transpired, and they showed us things. And I think they seem to want to know how we're reacting to it or what we make of it, and they seem to think that we should know what to do about it and know how to accept it and know what to do next about what we experienced. And that seems to be like a stumbling block. Everyone's kind of like bickering over what is going on.
Do you know what you just said? That entire paragraph is brought tears to my eyes, because that says more than anything I've ever heard. Because I've been shown things in a similar sense by the beings themselves, who have shown me things to detect how I feel about what I'm looking at, and you're right, they expect you to know exactly what you're meant to do, but and I know that we have also Suzanne is listening. She's another experiencer. She's in LA. She's listening right now as well, and I know that I'm about to get a message in Facebook, because she's been messaging me about this, exactly the same thing. It's just extraordinary. Bernie, I've got a question. I believe Suzanne might actually be at the UFO con as well. So, had you ever been to a place that required breathing apparatus, or were you prepped in advance before you've left, that you've got this time, or when you were there you could breathe, or you're in a bubble or something like that, like a stasis field or something? I can't explain it.
In the beginning, you were trained. I trained quite well with the high altitude test, where they bring you to the chamber, where they bring you up to like an altitude of over 10,000 feet, where there's very low oxygen, and then you play cards or you write something, or they give you instructions to do something. And I've done it 3 times until I was well trained and was well prepared to realize the effects of hypoxia, which is a low oxygen environment,
Yep.
and then see how we react to it. And then they actually put in a very low oxygen condition, and you're supposed to react a certain way. You don't panic, and you go about things very slowly, and then try to overcome the effects of hypoxia. You can be trained to do it. It takes a lot of training. It takes a lot of nerve. And then in the beginning, that's where we were at. They tried to bring cylinders of oxygens with us, but they were too big to fit in the jump room in the beginning. And then they made smaller cylinders, but they exploded. And then we actually put bags of air or bags of oxygen. That seemed to work, but they would expand and contract because in the jump room, the barometer changed. So the barometer would go up and down, and then the atmospheric conditions would change. Sometimes we took oxygen before we left. We certainly took oxygen when we came back. At least we tried to have oxygen available when we came back. And then we didn't stay too long. So it was a matter of being able to function for like a period of at least 3 minutes, which you had to prove that you could do. They would actually train you. When you hold your breath for 3 minutes, and they put a mirror at your face and see, oh, if you can hold your breath that long. If you're breathing, then the mirror would fog up. The other way that I was trained was that I was actually taken to a pool by 2 Navy SEALs, and they actually physically picked me up. Because I remember I was graduating that day. I think it was at Camp Hero, and they actually said, well, now that you graduated, they took my picture, congratulations. You want to make sure that you can hold your breath for 3 minutes. These 2 Navy SEALs came in, picked me up, carried me over down the hall, and jumped in the pool with me. I was in a suit and a tie, a brand new pair of shoes.
Oh, no.
And held me down at the bottom of the pool for 3 minutes. And when I came up, it said, congratulations, you passed the test. You can hold your breath for 3 minutes. I could actually hold my breath a lot longer than that. So, but you had to hold your breath for at least 3 minutes. And that's how you had to do this. So the jump took maybe a minute or two, maybe a minute, sometimes less, minute 30 seconds, minute 15 seconds. And then you would go to this area, you walk out, you look around, you make your observations, you take pictures or whatever, you get something to work, and then you come right back to the jump room and jump right back. So the whole thing would last at most like a minute, 15 seconds, a minute and a half, and we're getting a little further down the road as we were trying to get more oxygen room. But like I said, it was this differential problem with the barometric pressure that was changing the conditions inside the room. So you try to take some oxygen before and after you did the jump. But those problems were eventually overcome, and eventually they were working on it. But it's still very dangerous. They should not be taken lightly, the jumps. The problem was the area that you went to, we had no way to determine. Eventually we took air samples of how much oxygen was there. Sometimes it was carbon monoxide, it was carbon dioxide. And that was the issue. So there were attempts to bring some mask with oxygen that would last for 30 seconds or less than that, which appeared to function. But like I say, most things malfunctioned in the beginning. Most things you couldn't rely on. So it was a little canister of air you took with you, and that seemed to work for periods of time.
Wow, that's so amazing. I've only heard about this, and in some places of the Earth that you may have come close to Sydney, Australia. I've heard some rumours that there were some jump rooms here as well. I'm not going to ask you for particulars to get into it if you don't feel it's appropriate.
That's okay. Australia is probably a contender for a lot of these things because it's a very remote location. Like in the middle of Australia, there's hardly anything there, and they really like to have remote locations because of the secrecy of it all. Then people can go out there and get acclimated to the area, and then acclimated to what needs to be done. But the whole idea, there's always a lot of considerations of moving a lot of this to Australia. There was at the time. There were things going on in Australia. I believe there probably still are, but where I don't know. I get invited to things from time to time, but I'm not particularly interested. I don't feel there's anything really to be gained. But Australia does open some interesting possibilities. The problem with all this is that these jump rooms, and it's a little difficult to explain them. I mean, we had some very interesting questions. How did this all work? I don't think anyone has an explanation to this day how this all works. I think these space aliens themselves were showing us things and were allowing us to jump. Mm-hmm. That was my opinion from the very beginning, still is to this day, and that's many decades now. And I always believed they were showing us things and they allowed us to jump. And I always noticed that these jump rooms are in a particular area. I don't think the areas in question were orchestrated by us. I think they were already jump rooms there, that the aliens were jumping back and forth many eons ago, which is an unspecified period of time, in these areas, and that we stumbled upon these areas, however, and that these areas are in such a configuration and such an alignment that it makes it very convenient to jump, to hook up this alien equipment and energize it and then jump. Whereas in Australia, there may be areas that are some kind of peculiar areas. I think there's 2 or 3 of them down there where the gravity is reversed, or there's some other peculiar thing going on. But I don't think they were as convenient as the areas that were here, because all these areas that we jumped from were areas where the Indian legends of space aliens coming and going, or secret underground passages, or secret ancient civilizations lived there. The same way in the East Coast jump rooms. This was an area where there were various UFO sightings from time to time. Creatures were seen from time to time. Mm-hmm. So I think areas that I know of here and other areas of the world were already jump rooms, or already like transit hubs of some kind, or points of, I call them like train stations, where things were coming and going long before we existed. As far as Australia being that way, I think Australia is a separate case altogether. From talking with the space aliens, they seem to think that Australia was extra land, because Australia is a completely separate, even with its many creatures that are there, like the marsupial, which is a very unique creature, an egg-laying mammal, and I think that's some kind of peculiar place, Australia. Although there may be areas, because I was told that Australia was completely explored, yet I met people from Australia who I know me quite well, some of them. They don't feel that there are areas in Australia that aren't explored. They're very strange, peculiar areas that nobody seems to know about. Mm-hmm. And there was one fellow I knew who, I'm not going to say his name, he believed that there were still more things to be found. They found these other peculiar, I forget what the names of these creatures were. They were very small, like mouse-like creatures that were very peculiar, that were a new species of whatever you want to call them, marsupials, or some other peculiar creatures that no one's ever known before. It just seemed to be like a different genius of creatures in Australia altogether from the rest of the planet of the Earth, which seemed to be on a separate parallel development as far as creatures are concerned. So as far as Australia having a place where scientific research is going on, it's a very interesting question. I think that's something that needs to be explored in the future. But I would say it's very difficult because the areas are very remote. There's no way to get to them except through plane or through helicopter to get flights. There's very remote areas, no water, and you got to bring everything in with you. You actually get start from scratch. So, but it's something that's probably going to be explored in the future as time goes on.
Well, I've got another question for you. It's about the jump rooms today, and I'm going to link 2 questions together. And what about the jump rooms today? Do they still exist? Are they technologically more advanced, or we have a better support infrastructure for them? And the other one was, are they limited to, at all, only just, say, US bases around the world? Or do you think there's US bases that have been conveniently constructed, maybe underground bases or whatever they are, to be next to these devices? Yeah.
That's a very good question. When I had reconned an area, which they call El Dulce now, or El Dulce, it wasn't called El Dulce then. They didn't know what it was. It was an underground area that was found due to a lot of Indian legends and a lot of cave entrances that would go underground to these areas. It's about a mile and a half down. And eventually, and this was like in the early 70s, when the whole El Dulce affair is, there's a YouTube about El Dulce, but they spelled it wrong at D-U-L-C-E, they got D-U-S-L-E or something like that, which, that's the area I went to. That, I think that made me the film I made. And what these areas were, we knew they were building something down there because they were asking for metal things. They didn't know English too well then. What they got was they made a lot of catwalks so they could walk around the facility. And eventually people toward the facility, I was one of a few people that went that far down and walked around. I had a very long explanation with them, the aliens that were down there, and I said, you know, I need to have oxygen. I can't bring oxygen with me, but which I should have done anyway. I said, but can you make the atmospheric conditions suitable that I can breathe oxygen? I said, I think we can make an arrangement. And then the fog cleared up a little bit, and then I toured the facility with an alien that could speak English, and another alien that couldn't speak English, well, very little English, but they were talking, chit-chatting back and forth. And the other alien was talking a mile a minute. And then I toured that whole facility, but apparently they were building these catwalks, and there was a connecting tram. Apparently they were connecting all these underground facilities around the United States and apparently around the globe. Apparently we had like a hollow earth theory developing. I asked, what is this facility for? What are you doing here? You know, what are you trying to accomplish? And over the years, as I went to different areas underground and talked to the aliens about all this, they gave a lot of different explanations. One of them being is that they're underground, they're monitoring the Earth's tectonic plates. They have all these different tunnels going in different directions out on the west coast, and then Mel Dulce going west and points north, some of them a little bit south, some east. And they got this big tram that they're building, this big underground tram system that they're building. And they're connecting all these areas, what we call the hollow earth theory, and then they were monitoring the plates, and they actually showed me one once. The first time I went there, they said, you can't go down this tunnel. It's very dangerous. It's not really fit for humans to go down there. And an airborne guy went down there with Scott Pack. He didn't get too far. And in fact, he's retired now. He's coming down with some kind of lung ailment. And they told not to go down, so I didn't go down there. I actually went back with them. We went to this area where there was some sort of peculiar control tower I was in, and was talking to them about all this. But eventually I did get to go back again, and eventually went in this electric cart, and we drove down through this tunnel, and the tunnel's like reddish tunnel, and then he stopped at an area and says, see this area here? If you look at it very carefully, he said, and I was running my hand, it's very smooth, and it's reddish, dark reddish. There was some lights areas where it was like stained white, because that means that, you know, the tectonic plate is shifting. And then some other aliens came over with some instruments and were fiddling around with it. And they said, and that's how we monitor things. This whole tunnel is here to monitor it. Then we're going to make it a connecting tunnel to another place where we're going to monitor everything. And that's one of the things they were doing down there. And then they have these big bubbles down there, a lot of them. It must go on for 10 miles. And I asked, what are those bubbles for? They said, we got things preserved in these bubbles. We got parts of civilization preserved, with different creatures in there preserved. And I said, well, what are all these other things? Apparently they had these other creatures under arrest. They're in the brig or something. They're waiting transport for someplace else. And apparently they have a hospital there if you need to be treated for something. And then some of the other creatures there were very sick. They were going to die, so parents went to a hospice. And it's a big hospital, hospice, transit hub, survey station. It's a big area. It's at least 10 miles. I must have walked 4 or 5 miles at least. And it's a whole bunch of things going on down there with these space aliens. And I don't know precisely what they do. But that was 36 years ago. I'm sure by now they learn more. I have the people that escorted me down there, and when I went down the elevator was very slow. So there were other Navy people down there, and then eventually I went. There's a balcony, and I looked over the balcony. There's a catwalk just off the balcony, and I eventually jumped down to the catwalk, and then again I was supposed to wait for an escort. There was a couple. There were Navy people, and then there were some aliens walking around talking, and that's what we were trying to do. Is that you, Susan?
It is.
Welcome, everybody. We have Susan Chancellor on the round table. She's joined us with Dude Guy and Bernie Mendez. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you so much for having me. So nice to see you tonight again, David. Thank you.
You too.
Wow, I'm so blown away, by the way. By although it's, I cannot even tell you.
Bernie, I've got a question. This has come from the chat room, and it was, who constructed the jump rooms?
That is a good question. From the beginning, we seem to have built a jump room around an area that was controlled by the aliens. We built very close to them and then began negotiating with them. And they began taking our technology and hybriding it with their technology to show us what they are or what this is all about in a very limited fashion. What I was able to ascertain through negotiations over the years is that they were showing us things that we could relate to, or things we would easily understand, things that would be familiar to us. Mm-hmm. So apparently Mars would be familiar, the moon would be familiar, dinosaurs would be familiar, so the jungle-like environment would be familiar, and some of these other space aliens that were down there would be familiar, and these other creatures would be familiar. Beyond that, I don't think they wanted to show us much more, but I think there's a lot more to see. I was a distinct impression at some point, because there were other space aliens showing up that I didn't recognize or that weren't in the books. The space alien pictures that I reviewed were there, were showing up, and I could see them in the background or in the area walking or milling around. And I never asked who they were, but apparently there's more there than they'll allow us to see.
Is it because of the disclosure? I've seen the full disclosure video and then the extra ones and all of the individual, most of the individual interviews. The 52, is it 52 different species that? I'm sorry, and I'm letting him down and not saying his name.
Alex
mentions. Sorry, who was it, guy?
Alex Collier.
That's right.
Right.
Yes.
There's got to be. There's more, right? Is that what you're saying? That you saw the catalogue, so to speak?
It depends at what point in time you're looking at it. When I started in the 70s, there were basically three kinds of aliens. Mm-hmm. And then there were 250 known, or 220 something known aliens, and it was like 250, 270. And then went up to 400 something. It's probably well over 800 now. Wow. So that we made contact with. So in the beginning, when I started, it was about 200. That's living and dead. So from crashed UFOs, aliens in the areas, and then whatever aliens we had contact with. Some of them may have been repeats. There's no way to tell because they all look alike sometimes. Mm-hmm. So, but as far as like, it's kind of like saying there's different species on Earth. Kind of like saying that one would look at you Aussies as a different Earth creature rather than us Brooklynites, the way we talk and the way we dress. And say to another planet might say, well, there's a group here over here in Brooklyn. They're different species than Aussie, but we're basically all the same species. Mm-hmm. So that's what it's kind of like doing, you know what I'm saying? Or they'd say females are different species, you know what I'm saying? Or they say the black race is a different species, or the Asian race is a different species, or the South American race is a different species. So that's kind of like how you would look at it. But basically, they're the grays. There's the long-necked grays. There's the grays with the big eyes, the grays with the small eyes, and then there's the different types of aliens, the Palladians, which are like us, the smaller Palladians, the bigger Palladians, and then there's 2 or 3 other major groups. There's actually 4 major groups that are coming and going, but as far as groups go, they appear to be in different groups. Like some of the other aliens that are on YouTube or on the websites are in groups of 10. The groups that I saw one time was 9 aliens. They all looked alike. They were about the same height and weight. And then there's the great types, because they weren't great types. They were just small aliens. I'm probably going to post it on my website, the different aliens that I met and what we talked about. And so it depends how you look at it. You know what I'm saying? They're all saying they're cousins, or I even asked them one time, how many different types of alien? How do you categorize? What do you call yourselves, and how do you categorize? You the same type of aliens? And they don't really know how to answer that question to us, because we have a limited mentality on this whole question. So how would you look at it? And you know what I'm saying? Would you go by color? Would you go by race? They go by like genetic type things, that they're a similar race, or they're cousins, or they're reptoids, and then we got into these other type of insect life. They look at that all life is related, and that we're all related somehow. How, we don't know. And they haven't really fully explained this whole question as to what they're all doing here. But apparently we have at least 70 groups in groups of 10 that we've seen from time to time. We don't know what to make of it. Back then in the 70s, nobody knew what to make of it. We either take pictures or make drawings or describe as best we could what we saw, what we heard, and tried to take it from there. But today is a little different. Now you have all the instant communications and the way we can communicate with one another, we share pictures with one another. We can probably have to decide for ourselves how we want to categorize all this. I really wouldn't even know where to begin sometimes.
I hear you. What was the method of communication primarily used? Was it spoken voice between you and the aliens, or was it like a telepathy?
Well, in the beginning, when I started, they weren't speaking English. They were speaking whatever language they spoke. And eventually, we convinced them through negotiations that we couldn't possibly learn their language. We just don't have the mental discipline to learn their very complicated language and the way they speak. They speak in such a manner, and they communicate in such a manner that we couldn't possibly handle this. It'd be like me communicating with you right now and starting the conversation from the point of the interview with tones and repeating all my words with the interview with tones, repeating all my words with you with the interview with you just now, and then adding on, and that's how we communicate. And this is what we do. So I told them we don't have the memory retention to do such a thing. We don't have the brain capacity to talk like that. They don't have a word for summarization. In fact, they're kind of insulted that we always are summarizing things and not fully discussing things, like the aforementioned manner that I mentioned, where I start the conversation, the entire conversation with tones, the entire conversation with you, and then take it from there all the time. And that's what we got from a lot of their recordings. They're very repetitive. And then they add things on at the end of the conversation, have a conversation. So it was very difficult in the beginning to talk with them and to convince them to speak English. They felt we should learn their language. I said, we can't possibly do that. We just don't have the brain power to do it. So eventually they made the accommodation. They started learning English. Now, this whole telepathy question, which got really complicated in the beginning, and nobody realized they were getting telepathic until it was too late. We would put our fingers together, our thumb and our forefinger together, and move it up and down, and then move it up and down in front of our lips to signal to them that we wanted them to speak verbally. And eventually they spoke verbally, and eventually it wasn't very good English. Eventually they learned English, which took many years. So English is where they're going now. And they learned a lot about our society. That's why they liked to talk to me, because I would answer their questions as best I could at the time. That they had a lot of questions, and they were under an impression about a great many things, due to the fact that we were transmitting TV transmissions. And And from the TV transmissions, they came under an impression. And the impression they came under was that, the TV is all fantasy world. It's all Hollywood. It's all make-believe.
Mm-hmm.
For the most part, TV is make-believe. And they got very insulted at it. And they said, how could you possibly transmit all this information and not warn everybody that it's make-believe? I said, that's what the problem is right now. They're trying to rectify that. I said, we didn't realize that these transmissions would be downloaded by civilizations. We didn't even realize there were civilizations out there. He said we had a lot of passerbys your planet that picked up these transmissions. Apparently they have like a newsstand out there where they stop by and they upload and download information rather than because they don't like to transmit things throughout the galaxies.
Mm-hmm.
They have newsstands. You go from newsstand to newsstand throughout the galaxy, and that are mutual respect and consideration, as they put it. You download information like personal notes or emails or letters or information about what's going on. It's like a newsstand. It's like having telephone calls in a newsstand.
Or a local Wi-Fi.
That's it. It's very local. There's a lot of them out there.
Yeah.
You actually have pictures of them. I think one of them was on YouTube. And the spaceships hover by there and they upload and download things throughout the galaxy. And that's how they communicate, basically. And it's very effective, and it's very convenient, and it's very safe. It's safe from the point that you don't have 10,000 civilizations transmitting things in every direction. Because that causes too much confusion. They don't like when people transmit out into space, and that was very disturbing to them. So the major hurdle, which we have yet to get over, is trying to explain to them what all these TV transmissions are about, that they're false, and that's what they proved out to be to them. So what we've been doing so far has amounted to a lot of trouble with them, and they're very disturbed about it, and I don't know where to go from there. But information was requested, communications was established, more of a liaison relationship was established, and more English-speaking aliens were trained. And what was requested of them, which I mentioned on Tones' show,
mm-hmm.
was that we wanted a history of all the peoples of the Earth, the history of this planet, the history of this solar system, the history of this galaxy. Eventually we had to show them pictures of the planet and pictures of the galaxy to explain to them what we meant by galaxy. I don't think they had a word for it. Although they may have a word called Galactic, which appears to be a word we derived from them, apparently. And then we wanted a history of, like, where did the pyramids come from? Who built the pyramids? Why would they build such things? How could you possibly build such things? We can't explain it to this day. I says all the science of our Earth, all the best minds that we have on the planet can't explain these pyramids. Why there's so many of them? And what are they for? And where's the civilization that built them? We have no record of who built them or why they were built. So that was requested from them. Besides all the history of all the peoples of the Earth, the history of this planet, the history of this galaxy, and what I was trying to define what place we have. Where's our place in all of this? That's pending. I think it's been done. I have a sneaky feeling it's been done. With explanations for mythos, the mythical creatures,
mm-hmm.
dinosaurs. What happened to the dinosaurs? I mean, family, where did they all go?
We had a raft of questions, and some of those are like, civilizations on Mars and on the Moon. Please explain. Tell us what we've missed out on.
Yeah, well, at that time we didn't know there was civilizations on Mars or the Moon.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're quite clear that there was a civilization there, and there was a civilization on the Moon and Mars. And now that was factored in. I said, is there anything else we want? Because I said when I said the solar system, I included the Moon and Mars, which they didn't know what we meant by the Moon and Mars until we showed them pictures of Mars with the Moon, and they didn't exactly know what Mars was, but they had an inkling. They knew what we were getting at. I think they were just playing. They weren't playing dumb. I think they were just being very difficult about it because they wanted to see how we go about solving problems and how we go about determining what needs to be done as far as the next step and our relationship with ET was. I think it was all some kind of test sometimes. I put it in my report. I thought, well, why wouldn't they just tell us, look, this is Mars, this is the moon, this is what happened? They seem to be very reluctant to say anything, but they seem to be going back to this ship in groups and then talking about it and coming back to us and talking about it. And they're going back, they're like doing shuttle diplomacy. Why wouldn't they just be forthcoming? I couldn't understand that part of it.
It sounds very bureaucratic, in a good way, that they've got to get permission to probably tell us. And I found it's very similar to my experience with my local council when I had to build my house. The information wasn't forthcoming. You had to ask questions, and they just looked at you like, well, I can't tell you unless you ask the right question. So, to Bernie, just to follow this up, and I'll let Dude Guy ask a question. Has that information come back? Has the answer come back yet?
Well, it's not official.
Okay.
But I suspect that the whole history of what this is all about is pending someplace, due in parcel and part to disputes that continue over why we're going to the moon or why we're going further out into space and what the reservations they have about that. What they term contamination issues, that includes us going out into space, all the satellites, all the visitations from all the different creatures coming and going, and what sort of diseases would be transmitted, and all these transmissions from these TVs as to what's going to be done about that. I think they have a lot of reservations about all this, and they want some assurances that these matters are going to be rectified before they download the entire history of what this Galactic is all about and what our place in this Galactic is. So I think that's all pending. So I think guys like you and the younger generation are probably going to determine this question at some point in the future.
Awesome. Dude Guy, you've got a question for Bernie. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. I find it interesting, that, the negotiations with these beings that seem to comprise many different species, to at least be somewhat friendly, and yet there doesn't seem to be a rival faction that is significantly opposed to perhaps negotiating with us, or perhaps contesting for control or something. Do all these aliens that we or you have met so far appear to act in concert and in harmony, or is there some rivalry between their factions out there and nations or factions on the Earth?
That's a very good question. I think it's something we're discovering. I think there's according to this one alien I met, I call him the captain, which was similar to that was the alien with the Walton case, and his two assistants who were elaborating from time to time on those what you just mentioned. A captain who's a very old captain turned doctor, who's been around the galaxy 5, 6, 7, 8 times, feels that these disputes go on all the time as far as who was here first. Because let's say if the Egyptians show up or the Mayans show up, come back to Earth and say, hey, we built these pyramids, we were here, what are you people doing on our land, sort of thing. That wouldn't be an unreasonable type of question if they ever came back. These disputes go on all the time. There's always going to be disputes. There's disputes going on to this day. When we entered the Hollow Earth, or wherever we went to Mars, whatever place we went to, some of those lands are in dispute. They're being taken care of by different races. And it's disputed land. And as to what their feelings are as to what we should do or not do, or where we should go and not go, it's going to depend on how we react to all of this. They consider us a very violent race. We fought a lot of wars on this planet, a lot of civil wars too. We're still a very violent race to them. And they don't feel overall that we're ready for all this. But it's like a big bureaucracy. I call them a hierarchy. Apparently, of the 15 known planets that they claim are involved in this sector of space, per the captain and his 2 assistants, and the many committees on those planets that are debating these issues as to what they should disclose to us, it's going to depend a great deal on how we react to all of this. But there are disputes, and they want us to know that there is a mechanism to discuss all these disputes, and how we get to that place, how we get to that mechanism is like we have to pass a certain test, and they have to see that we are aware. They call it awareness. For instance, they don't believe we're aware as a race or as a planet of who they are, where they're from, and what they're all about yet. That we're only partially aware. And the way he put it to me is that, and they use the word hypothetical, is that if there's 100 things we have to do to become aware and to establish formal relations, we can get 92, 94, maybe 98 before all these committees decide that we're aware and that perhaps we should go to the next level. We're not there yet. We're probably like in the 40s range. You know what I'm saying? We have, and then say, well, why don't you tell us exactly what we have to do to get to 90 or 92 or 98? And their opinion is, you should know what to do to get to 92, 94, and 98. You understand what I'm getting at?
That's
I get it.
I think
Okay.
I have a bit of a considering recent political events on Earth don't seem to be moving toward more, peace as far as the people who run the planet. Could the people who run the planet be trying to organize a intervention between progress in this matter? Perhaps they want to keep things as they are and keep us in the 40s, so to speak.
Well, I think they perceive that things are a lot more peaceable now, barring this 9/11 event, which they're aware of. They're probably given a detailed briefing about it, and as to why we're at war again. Basically, they feel we're defending ourselves from this terror threat. Whatever the factions are as to what led up to it, it's really none of their affair. They don't really care to get involved in that. But they feel that we were aggressed upon by another race, and that we have the right to defend ourselves. And they feel things are more peaceable. Had World War II not happened, and they mentioned this, they had a lot of questions about World War II, which I answered the best I could. Had World War II, let's say, never happened, we would be where we're at now, back during World War II era in the 40s. Mm-hmm. They would have made contact like they're doing now, back in the 40s. But then World War II happened, and they really didn't know. The Nordics were involved in World War II with the German Weimar Republic, and they were making contact with Germany or the Brill and this whole other
society. Yeah.
So, and that the next thing they noticed, we were at World War. They really don't have a sense, or didn't have a sense at the time, of world events transpiring at such a pace that they can't comprehend it. They could not, it was this individual, Billy Meyer, who had contact with some of the Nordic races and some of the other races.
I was going to ask you about him, Bernie. Yes,
I met him. I've actually interviewed him. I think there's a picture of me and him someplace. And what was going on with him. He met the Nordic races, what they call the Brill or the Palladians, or whatever they call themselves then. We didn't have words to describe them back then. We didn't know. We were asking what planet they're from. Sometimes they get confused. It's like saying, I'm from London. I lived in London for 10 years. But that's not my point of origin. My point of origin, I was born in Brooklyn and raised in Brooklyn. And they have a tendency to do that. They say, they just came from someplace. Let's say Venus. And we say, where you're from? I say, well, from Venus. We just came. They don't say, we just came from Venus. They say, we ask them where they're from. They say, from Venus. But that's not their point of origin. And it took a long time to get the Nordic types, who apparently were a very advanced civilization, a very large civilization. They had many spaceships on at least 5, 6 planets, which was a victim of some sort of catastrophe, which they're now reduced to a very a small race, and they don't have as many spaceships as they used to have. So things at that level are of like, this is an aftermath of some sort of galactic catastrophe, and as to where all the other races are viewing us, it's kind of like talking in third person now. You got the aliens looking at us, and we're commenting on the aliens looking at us all the time, and they're always like giving us that kind of third person attitude, answering our questions. Oh, they're kind of saying, where are you at? Well, we're saying, well, who are you? What are you doing here? And they're saying, well, it depends on you. Where are you at? What do you perceive of us? This is becoming a very peculiar question from time to time, but it's a very good question. As to where we go from here, I don't know. Like I say, I think the younger generation is going to figure this all out eventually.
So everything is a test, basically. They're just waiting.
They're waiting to see how
they're
we.
just.
And I always said this was a test. I actually put them up through my report. This is some kind of test. They're letting us look at them through the junk rooms, or through El Dulce, or whatever, to Apollo, to what we perceive of the moon and Mars, and they're saying to us, well, what are you prepared to deal with this question? What if Mars was a civilization that was destroyed, and part of the civilization is living here and on all the planets? What if the moon was an advanced civilization and was destroyed, and they're living underground in the moon and Mars, and they're coming and going on this planet? What are you going to do about it? How are you going to take to it? What if there are mixed races somehow on this planet? So
right, yeah. I guess my last thing I'd like to say is I find this incredibly fascinating, but I'm a little troubled by the aliens. I don't know. I again, there are aliens, but they don't seem to, I guess, be aware of the moral difficulties that some of us might be trapped in because of the specifics of the political and economic situation on Earth. That, I mean, you can go into, hey, a lot of us didn't have anything to do with all the violence and crazy stuff. I mean, there's people that are running this planet that look to be very out of control compared to me or you. So can they discriminate between perhaps a small group of people that are causing most of the problems on this planet and then everyone else who may just be confused?
Well, their view, and that's a very good question, is that we should all be responsible for what goes on, and that whatever form of government we have, or whatever form of society we have, is really not their affair, but that we conduct ourselves in a fashion to meet those 100 points that they want to see before they allow us to go to the next step. And what's going on, and what you're mentioning is like an assessment. I've seen the assessment from time to time. It's a very 10,000-page report about this whole question, what effect it's going to have on society. Like the Vatican is preparing for ET's arrival. They're downsizing. They're selling off a lot of their assets, and they're moving things around. I think eventually the major religions will change. What effect is this going to have on us all? Our society, our economies, our way of life. And I think that's part of this awareness question that they have, that we're not aware of what this all means, what they all mean. And if we find out more about them, and they show us more about who and what they are, and where they're from, what their point of origin is, and where the pyramids come from, and where inevitably where we all came from, how aware are we going to be about all this? And what are we going to do about it all? I think they want to get a sense of all of that, and I don't think they're getting a sense of all that. It's called the assessment.
Right. So they're as confused as maybe we are about a lot of matters, and they are hoping that we can guide them to improve their understanding of our problems. because they're just coming at it from a completely different perspective.
That's a very good observation. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for letting us complete that line of questioning to a point where I think it can now, people can turn that over in their mind, because I think it's important that it's the exopolitics angle, I guess.
If they release the entire assessment, and these things get assessed from time to time, I don't think people would be able to read 10,000 pages. And eventually, whatever integrate into our societies, I don't know what effect it would have. I mean, you're looking at a broad-based issue that it would affect every way of life. I mean, if they were to actually give us a technology which would revolutionize the car, where the car didn't run on gasoline, say it hovered around or worked in some other kind of fashion, that would have an extreme effect on our economy worldwide. I mean, where do we go from there? I mean, how do you assess such a thing? I think they have a sense of that, but I think they want us to have a sense that we have a sense of it, what they call awareness. I don't think we have a sense about their sense of awareness as to what effect they're having on us, and I don't think they see that.
Well,
but when they see
there's a lot of people that are talking about, especially on this station, on Revolution Radio, that there is a growing raising of consciousness. I mean, Sean David Morton talks about it. A lot of people that are sort of in this alternative information. And so I don't know if I'm getting the sense that these aliens necessarily feel that way. It seems that they're kind of, concerned that this is going to really be a long-term project, and it seems that their primary judgment is on maybe not the leading edge of people who are waking up, that people are listening to this broadcast, but more like the average American who's still, maybe got a lot of more work to do on these issues. I guess that's my sense of it anyway. But, that is understandable because they're a big part of the population. So I guess that's what I kind of wanted to get your take on, and I really appreciate the answer to the questions out, because, God, there's so many.
Sorry about that. It's really hard when you're not talking. I'm going to introduce Michael. He's another host from Revolution Radio. He's joined the call. Suzanne, for everyone, had to go. It's very late where she is. Bernie, I appreciate all the time you're spending with us, and Dude Guy, great questions. Thank you so much. Suzanne left us with a question, and that was, what do you think, Bernie, their agenda is? Abductions, DNA, the fact that they are inhabiting our planet all these years. Is it still tied to the political pact with Eisenhower? Eisenhower.
Yes.
Do you know?
Well, Eisenhower, a lot happened during the Eisenhower administration. A lot of major turning points which led to where we are now. During the Eisenhower administration, a lot of these areas were being built, and a lot of ETs were inhabiting these areas, little did we know, or were there already, and we built areas around them, which seems to be more probable. And eventually, I think what had happened was that the aliens on this abduction phenomenon claimed during negotiations that they had permission from the leader to visit the planet and to conduct these, and they call them surveys, on the planet, which includes abducting humans and then examining them and determining their biological status. And they felt that this was part of a treaty or an understanding they had, which apparently wasn't ratified by the U.S. Senate. I don't know what the Allies knew about this, but I think they know most of it. And that's what was going on, besides other parties being involved in this whole alien abduction phenomenon, who were unauthorized to do so. and it became like a land rush where people were rushing to judgment, having perceptions of things that weren't true necessarily, or having perceptions of the ET that wasn't true necessarily, and then it became sort of like a mentality with everyone involved as to what was going on, and a lot of suspicion was created. I believe that they should have probably negotiated with them more and began asking them more questions, and that seems to be where Nancy lies too, talking to them and answering them questions until and sharing this information with enough learned men to get to a point where we're trying to determine who and what they are, where they're from, and what exactly are they doing. That seems to be a big dispute. What exactly are they doing on the ground? What exactly are they doing coming back and forth? It seems to be a controversy as to what this is all about. Some people consider it an invasion. Some people took countermeasures on the invasion. Some people consider it a benevolent thing. Others consider it, well, a threat. Others consider it they're violating your sovereignty, and we should get the upper hand first and take control of this situation in different parts or different countries, and then negotiate from there. So whatever the case may be, we should, talk as a cheap commodity, probably talk as a cheap commodity even in the Galactic, or even in this ET question. We should really sit down and talk with them more, and they should allow more people to sit down and talk with them until everyone has their questions answered. I think there's a way to do that. I think that matter has never been fully explored.
Do you think that's because we came off the back of World War II, and we're still dictated by, I shouldn't say dictated in a bad sense, I mean governed by the military and the paranoia of military?
I think that's a major consideration, that we're so violent of a race.
Yeah, absolutely. The shoot first and ask questions later mentality of taking control of the situation is, that's what you brought up, and I still I see that as being the driving factor in probably two things. If we were warm, loving, and open, and welcomed them, if there was any way, shape, or form of doing that, like you said, if we didn't have World War II, we probably already not be in bed together. That was the wrong thing in my brain, but be together as maybe a partnership. Maybe we would have climbed those rungs from 40% to 100%.
I believe that the point you're bringing out is that we went, when I was there, we were going from a slash and burn mentality to a mentality of negotiating, as to try and keep an open mind as to what this could be about. And what the ultimate question is going to be, I think, is that if we're tied in with the space aliens and their agendas to the point where we have some sort of symbiosis of all this, we need them as much as they need us. Well, how are we going to react to that? You know what I'm saying? I think that's maybe what we're dealing with, is that whatever the alien agendas are is going to be part of our agenda ultimately. If they're taking care of the planet and monitoring the biological health of all the beings on the planet, wouldn't that be a concern of ours at some point? Wouldn't that be something that we would have to ultimately deal with if we're through with all these wars and all these conflicts and all these civil strifes that we have? Ultimately, we'd have to turn inwards and develop how we're going to maintain the planet and how we're going to maintain ourselves. And I think that's what they're getting at. And how are we going to react to that? I mean, it seems to be a very disturbing question for many people.
Well, let's just turn the table for a second and be a little philosophical. If we were in the same position, if we were them on a planet, and a race started warring on the surface of it, just for instance, or we were passing by, and we were ultimately a much more advanced race with higher technology, and they were just, whatever they were doing was much less than us. do you think we would be wanting to share so much rather than allow them to step up? Isn't that what the position we would take? Rather than just going, hey, come up with us, it's all good. Look, here's a spaceship. Come and fly with us.
That's a good question. That seems to be what we're dealing with. We got them making contact with people like Billy Meyer. Well, the government's of the opinion that they shouldn't be contacting him. They should be contacting the people in the areas, which is what we were negotiating with them at the time. That if they come here and negotiate, they go to the areas, so that all the proper personnel, including the allies, of course, would come to the areas rather than have them fly around the planet and then, go off making contact with people all over the planet. That I agree with. I don't think they should really be making contact all over the planet. They should be, going to these areas, and whoever wants to become involved and wants to see what's going on will come to the area and then talk to them. And then, so that's what led up to a lot of conflicts too. They were apparently making a lot of contact with a lot of people back in the 70s through all the different TV shows that were made of contactees and all the different contactees that have been reported in the books and literature. And that was becoming a major concern as to how to deal with this question. I mean, what if, let's say, and this was a legitimate assessment scenario, what if I made contact with the aliens, right? And they gave me a spaceship and said, here's a spaceship for you. Have fun. I mean, now what? I mean, you always look at it from a benevolent point of view. Well, I'd probably go out and explore the galaxy or something, take my friends for a ride. But there's always someone out there that might weaponize it. You know what I'm saying? Might take this whole thing. And that was a concern to them when they learned the word weaponization, which was a recent word they learned. I don't think they knew about it back 30 years ago. And that's what I mean. We're like that's what they're getting at. We're a violent race.
Yeah.
I think they wanted to see that if they would share who and what they are, or their technology, they'd want to have a understanding that we wouldn't weaponize it. As to how we go about that, I don't think they seem to be particularly concerned, but they don't want to see that happening.
From what I understand, Bernie, that the way that the ships themselves operate, that it's impossible to put a cannon on it and shoot out from that because of the bubble of space-time around it. It doesn't exist, and that the way that the ship moves is by holding on to where it is, pulling where it wants to go to it, and then letting go where it is, and it's instantly in the other position. So
there's been a lot of experiments done with these ships, the ones that we have, and from talking to them about all this, I gather that there's, to them, about 70 or so secrets that they have regarding this whole reverse engineering. We probably got 3 or 4 of their secrets. We may get as high as number 7. We are not going to be allowed to go any further. Now, what effect getting beyond that, I don't know is. I think we've gone as far as we can technologically in this world. And until the criteria is established as to how we can improve our technology with them, and they're going to have to show us all this technology. I think there'll be probably some sort of an accommodation at the level of, for instance, if we wanted to go to the moon, and they don't want us to go to the moon or Mars. You notice the rovers are breaking down, or somebody kicked one over, or some other peculiar things are going to happen to these things. I think the next level might be a consideration of the following, where we would have a ship with windows in it that we could look out and take pictures and take films, but they be driving the ship. They be at the controls, and then we would just be passengers. And that's probably the best we'll do.
Like a ride at Disneyland.
Well, if they were to take us to the moon on one of their ships, and we'd be able to take pictures, and maybe they would take some samples for us and bring it back, that'd be more than a ride at Disneyland. They'd be actually taking us to another planet or showing us around the known, what we see or what we perceive to be the galaxy to be, or what we perceive of this solar system we're in. Apparently, there are more things out there. We have a second sun, a dwarf star, planets around the sun, things coming and going, objects around the sun that we hadn't perceived before. Mm-hmm. So I don't think we'd be able to go there on our own recourse. I think the possibility does exist that we could negotiate with them for them to take us there in their ships, a ship they would build for us, and for us to tour around and take pictures and videos. I don't think they would mind doing something like that. But I think us going further out in space, or us advancing technologically, I don't know if that's going to be quite possible in the distant future. I think we're going to have to be more on the level of cooperating with the space aliens.
If one of the abductions, and this is the Suzanne tilt on it, like both Suzanne and I are both abductees. What about those? Do you have any information regarding what kind of things that are being done?
During the negotiations with them, we discussed this abduction, and they assumed they had permission to do what they're doing. Mm-hmm. And then over the due course of time, we explained to them, if you go around abducting people, you create what they call a contamination, which is a word they use, which means everything as far as...
it's all encompassing.
That it encompasses everything: diseases, hysteria, suicides, everything you can think of. It encompasses everything. And I said, you shouldn't really do this. That when you do this, the person becomes very disturbed and goes into shock, and then they begin getting information about psyche and psychiatry and psychology of the human mind, and begin to realize that even though they were benevolent in abducting people and examining them and determining their biological health, which can encompass according to negotiations with them, between 1 and 3 million things. So they're actually, when they examine us, they're doing about between 1 and 3 million things, of which they claim that we can only understand about 250,000 things. After assessing our technology and reading through our libraries and bringing them... See, I was always of the belief that we can't go to their level technologically or spiritually or intellectually or materialistically, however you want to put it. But they can come down to our level. They can be trained. They can bring all this information back to their worlds and then come back to us and best determine how to go about disseminating all the information they have about us and all the information they have about them and how this is going to merge. And I think that's the best way to go about it. I was always of that opinion. They called it Project Morbius, by the way. There's a project name for it. It's a little pun. If you know sci-fi movies, you'll figure it out. Mm-hmm. But it's a good word to remember. Morbius. Project Morbius. And that's the way to go about this thing. And that will answer a lot of questions. But like I said, if there's some kind of symbiosis going on between us and them, and it was mentioned way back when that there was a symbiosis of a kind going on between us and them, and that there are other parts of civilizations of mankind somewhere not far away which are of somewhat advanced nature from a civilization that was advanced, that collapsed, that are being preserved and protected by the aliens. Well, where does that leave us? And I think that's what's been going on. And the evidence is this with Al Bellick's story, with the jump rooms, and some of the other reconnaissance that was done of these space aliens, including part of the Apollo project. So I think that's where we're heading, and I think it's where everyone's really getting really nervous and really getting a little edgy and really saying, you know, what am I trying to say here? What are we involved in? So,
well, if I could ask a thing, that you just brought up an excellent piece of information, because that's exactly the touchy situation is about our own history. And it would seem that we had a coherent history until about 12,000 years ago. Perhaps when some type of event broke apart our civilization. And I don't know if you've read any of the science fiction that's come out in book form, in the period that you're talking about. But I've read quite a bit of it, and a lot of it intimates, some of the elements that you're talking about. There was an entire series written by Frederick Pohl called Gateway, the Heechee series, which is all about finding the technologies of some ancient race, and that they couldn't figure them out, and trying to back engineer them, and they had built bases inside these asteroids, and they took some of the ships. They would experimentally take them, and they didn't know where they were going. So it's almost like a ship version of exploring these teleport rooms that you're talking about. But I think what I'm still sensing from the aliens is that they don't seem really hostile. I don't see that they're necessarily friendly, and they seem to treat us as a collective. So if you're taking samples, if you're just taking a small sample, a few people, well, that's not really damaging the whole. So it's almost like they consider us like a hive or a collective, and the individual doesn't seem to have as much importance as the entire, society. It seems like they're just coming from a totally different perspective of almost a group mind where the individual isn't as important. That's just my strong sense that I'm getting from what you're saying, and I kind of find it a little disturbing. And I'm just wondering if you've ever thought, has that flag raised in your mind?
Could you repeat that last part again, please?
Oh, okay. I should phrase it better. Have you got the sense that they kind of operate as a collective intelligence, and that they think we do too, and they don't have a great regard for the individual like we do? And that's why they can take these abductees and think, well, you're a collective, we're just taking a few people out of your collective, it's hardly anything, well, you shouldn't be concerned about it. Yeah, like a collective group, a shared consciousness, maybe.
Yes. Well, what you're alluding to is a fact that was brought up by not only me, but by others who found it very curious that when we were negotiating with them way back in the 70s, and the incidences we had with all the different other aliens around the planet in different places and underground, that it's kind of like saying that when you have conversations with people like we are now, and you mention something, or you mention a phrase or a word or a series of words, and then you go to this other area or this other incident that has nothing to do with the first area you went to, and they mentioned the same things, that one got the impression back then that they were communicating with one another. Now we asked them about that eventually in the negotiations, but it's a very poignant question you have. I believe they've always been communicating with one another, but why wouldn't they be forthcoming about it? And I think this is all part of like a disclosure process or an awareness program that they have, that we should know what to do about that. We should know what questions to ask or where to go to resolve the issue of what you just said. And they want to get a sense of that, so possibly we should be asking all these questions to all these different groups at the same time. That's a very good question you have. That was noticed from time to time and was asked from time to time, way back in the 70s. And at the time, we didn't know, we never suspected that all these civilizations, there were that many civilizations. That there was a whole big galaxy out there communicating with one another, which apparently is that's what we're dealing with. And they kind of view us as like a lesser civilization that has issues.
Right.
But if it ends, but if it ends up that,
go ahead. Well, I guess the thing that concerns me about that is the hidden history aspect, and the fact that I've read things that say there are other human beings on other planets that are similar to us, that they, are keeping us apart from them. And, why would that, have they ever given a hint that there are other, human beings very similar to us on other planets, that might be in a similar situation to us, or do they treat them any better? Or I just wonder if there's evidence of that.
The evidence would be with Al Bellick and his observations, which matched point for point years later with mine. I actually sat down and talked with him many years ago. And apparently there are parts of civilization that are in areas which would be like in some kind of cylinders, very, very large cylindrical buildings, very tall, that are like us, very close to us, or we may be an offshoot of them, that are being protected by these gray creatures, and that apparently the mighty civilization that once existed was reduced to a smaller civilization, and that there's some sort of genetic issue, there's not enough genetic base to maintain that civilization, that they can't live forever in these cylinders, that they got to find space available for a place to live, and that, that's going to become the question. I think as we're going down the road, we're finding more and more civilizations that are like us. They may speak a different language. They may be slightly smaller, slightly more petite, but they're us. And what are we going to do about it? We're going to share resources with them. I think it becomes a matter of resources. I think there's a growing movement in the Navy, maybe perhaps the Navy worldwide, that is a fraction, that is a factor. And it's all going to boil down to some sort of economic issue in the end, and that it's all going to boil down to maintaining the planet and sharing the resources of the planet eventually. Now, however that's to come, I don't know. What effect that's going to have on our societies and how we view who we are and what we are is certainly going to be a question.
Absolutely. That was a great... My goodness. Look, we're getting to the top of the second hour, and you're listening to freedomslips.com. I'm Dave Dunger from Shiny Side Out. We have Dude Guy, Michael, and Bernie Mendez. The topic tonight so far is jump rooms, aliens, governments, hidden history, you name it. We've covered this, and this is just the most amazing interview I think I've had to date. Thank you, Bernie, for being with us so far. Michael, do you have a question?
I was just wondering what Bernie knows exactly about Barry Sertoro's involvement with Project Pegasus.
I knew Barry. I don't recall his last name. And people claim it was him. I don't know. I've yet to meet the president. I actually was lobbying with the president because I have a bill that's being sponsored. So I was going to eventually get in to see him or the vice president. And when this whole Barry Sertoro thing came up, there were actually people talking to me a long time before I began disclosing things about, the presidency, were asking me questions about him, and I didn't remember. I didn't have a clue. And had not Andrew Sago and Brett Stilling brought it up with me. Andrew roomed with him for quite some time. I was with him for a short period of time, but I do remember him quite well. Oh, they claim it's him. And I don't know that to be a fact. I do remember a Barry, quite elegant. He's a nice fellow. He's always wearing a suit and a tie. He was always a little, he was young, like me, and I think he was a little in awe of the whole project, of what was going on. He didn't believe half the things that we were doing. He says, man, I remember one time I said, man, this is real. I don't believe this is real. I says, that's probably a good attitude, I said, Barry, because I don't think anybody's going to believe what's going on. Even though we got videotapes and pictures and a lot of witnesses, astronauts, physicists and astrophysicists, and all sorts of people were there, including some Christians, I think a couple of nuns. I think even some people from the Vatican actually came down to the areas where we were talking about space aliens. I remember escorting them down there. The White House asked me to escort somebody from the Vatican, the Cardinal, I believe. So, and he used to say, man, do you believe this? He never really believed what was going on. And I still hold the same opinion to this day. After speaking to a lot of astronauts, and people say, nobody's going to believe it. You can't make a case back then with all the evidence that was available to get people to believe such a thing. But now I think you could. And now I think it's possible. With the internet, people sharing all this information, all these pictures and videos and things on YouTube, I think it's possible to bring people to another level of understanding about all this.
So this Barry was doing the jump room things?
Barry was in the jump rooms, yes.
Yeah.
It was Barry Saturo. I don't recall his last name. I don't think I asked him his last name. And that's what they're telling me. That's it. Really amazing.
Bernie, I take it that there wasn't much discussion. You had your jobs to do, and that was it, yeah?
Well, I was very busy at the time. We had some downtime, we had a party one time, I think. We invited to a party. I'm not sure, I don't remember. It's a long, long time ago. And then we had places that, the small houses we used to go to, and we used to sit and relax for a while, because sometimes we'd get ready to jump and equipment would fail. So we'd go back to the barrack areas or to another house someplace that we'd sit around, drink coffee. He was a big coffee drinker in those days. And sit there and talk about all this. So we did spend quite a few times we sat there talking about different things. So, but Andrew and Brett were rooming with him. I know Andrew was rooming him for quite some time, so they were really close. But, my duties were that, I had to go to the jump room and find out some things. There were a lot of problems and questions on my way to the jump room. So by the time I got to the jump room, if we jumped that day or if we didn't jump that day, I had a lot of questions to ask all the personnel. And then sometimes we'd sit and talk, and if not, I had to make, after we made the jump, whatever mission we had for that day, whatever instructions I had for that day. And I used to have like 17 questions I usually had to ask if I made contact with anybody. And then I had to go right back to the administration because they wanted an immediate report. And then, that'd be the end of my duties for the weekend, for the week, usually for the weekend. And then, I move on to other things, other reports. I'll be dealing with some other people for some research questions that were going on, some other local thing that was going on. But I wish I had spent more time out there. Had Nixon not resigned, I probably would have done more with the jump rooms. But as time was going on, I could see his administration was floundering. For the record, I never actually resigned. He did have me type up a letter of resignation. He had me sign, but I shredded it. I took it off his desk and shredded it. I didn't. He said, "Well, you really shouldn't get involved in this." He said, "You're too young." A lot of issues because they were going to subpoena everyone before the Senate. I know which I did. A couple of senators did talk to me just before he resigned. So, had he not resigned, the world would be in a different place, I think.
Wow. Do you know, is it, I've got to ask you, did you hand it over to the next person, I'm going to presume, yeah?
You mean as far as training? I was doing a little training.
Mm-hmm.
I was doing a bit of training, and then I was getting involved in another project. I went back to the Navy after that. The Navy grabbed the whole. Actually, the jump rooms were being closed down because there were a lot of incidences, and there was a major incident. Which they called me back to go out there and find out what the hell was going on. It happened 3 or 4 times, but the last time it happened, the last time I was at Mount Shasta, was really bad. There was a major incident going on. The place went into lockdown mode, which means nobody's going to come or go, and I mean nobody. We were there for quite some time before the Navy pulled in the port, the interrogators, and then they were going to determine what in the hell was going on. And then after that, I told them what happened. Apparently, we had an unauthorized creature or person. This person claimed to be playing a joke, saying that that was him running around, but I don't think it was him running around. It was some sort of creature running around. I thought it was a creature because we broke everybody up into the whole mountain, the whole complex, into little groups. We were on the PA system talking all the time. And everybody knew one another, went from group to group, and then we started eliminating, and then we found out there was somebody else in the area running around. And then eventually the Navy showed up, and I don't know what happened to me. I never was given a report about what happened, but I left. The Navy took me when we left it and went back home. I said, I don't know what the hell's going on. But I told them, my report before that was that this whole jump room should be shut down because there were people coming and going that weren't very well trained. They didn't know the first aid, some of them. Some of them didn't know how to hold their breath for 3 minutes. I thought these jumps should not be taken lightly, and I thought the area wasn't secure, that something may be jumping back with us sometimes. And that's what was happening, apparently. I've never seen a report to that extent. So, and then I think Mount Shasta was closed, the jump room at that point, and I went back to the Navy out in Camp Hero, which we made a few more jumps after that over the years. These jumps were very rare things. At the time I was doing it, I didn't know how rare they were. But they managed somehow to get enough tech together and enough personnel together to make the jumps periodically. But as time went on, it was just, it was very expensive. There was a lot of manpower required. We really weren't learning anything else. So they wound down the Apollo programs, and with them went the jump rooms. And that was pretty much it. I think had not resigned, we would have went more with the Apollo and more with the jump rooms. Go ahead.
Do you think that there are any in operation today?
If there are, I don't know. Although I hear rumors that there's a jump room, but see, I was never a big proponent of this whole time travel thing, and I was never a big proponent of this going back and forth in time. I was always a proponent that, for some reason, and Andrew understands my point, Andrew Basago, so does Brett Stilling, so a lot of other people starting to understand my point about it all. And I was making a point that I didn't think was travel in time, that I couldn't explain it way back when, what it was. But I was of the opinion that someone had built some kind of peculiar place which represented an event in the past, and for some reason someone built this and interacted with it with either mannequins or some kind of hybrid beings, some kind of robotic beings, to kind of reenact the event, kind of like we go see a movie, kind of like a Star Trek holodeck. It's more real than that. And for some reason, and all those jumps that were of the past, either Gettysburg or the Lincoln or the Forbes Theater, and there were quite a few others that were made, appear to be all major events. And even with the chronovisor, they were all major events in history, from Jesus and some of the Roman things and some of the early things that happened in the United States as far as the founding of this country, United States of America, and some other major events overseas. They were all major events which were recorded somehow. Now, either they had somebody near in and around these events when they happened, or they made some kind of recording of these events for them to be that detailed. They weren't complete. Like the Forbes Theater, where President Lincoln, President of the United States of America, back during the Civil War, which was like 1863, I think it is. Because the original Forbes Theater is still in existence, still maintained. And the other Forbes Theater that we jumped to, and a lot of people made that jump because everyone was really, by that time, remember, a lot of people getting really curious as to what in the hell this was a representation of Forbes Theater. And it wasn't, see, what I did was, before I made that jump, I went to the real Forbes Theater. I took a measuring tape with me, and I measured everything. I measured the stage, I measured the seats, I counted the rows and columns, I measured the balconies, where you sit in these little balconies, these little balcony areas, you could sit 3 or 4 people. And I measured everything, the distance from the balcony to the stage. So when I made the jump, I measured everything again. And it wasn't an exact replica. In fact, there were things missing. Later on, Tom, who did a lot of research into this, because he got really curious about it, was that they would have footlights at the front of the stage with, they have a metal frame so that the lights would reflect back to the stage, wouldn't reflect back to the audience. There were gas lights. There would be a fire brigade with either buckets of sand or buckets of water. The curtain rods in the back were different. The rows and columns didn't match with the seating, and the balconies were slightly out of proportion. The curtains were made of canvas, like the topple type canvas, that heavy duty burlap type canvas, and they were put up with some kind of peculiar bar. And then I actually walked out the back of the building, walked 10 or 15 paces straight out, made a right 10 or 15 paces, looked around. Now it's pitch dark. I couldn't see where my hand in front of my face, and I couldn't even see the building that I just came out of. So I mean, an about face, walked back 10 or 15 paces, made a left turn, walked 10 or 15 paces, and found the opening to where the building was and went back in. But by the time I got back, I could hear something moving around outside. So I ran through the building, through the balcony, and I went to the balcony. I was going to jump onto the stage, but I was a little tired. I sat on the edge of the balcony, and my hand, I had such a hand grip in those days. I grabbed part of the balcony that I was sitting on. I was about to jump onto the stage, and I knew something was moving around. Something was coming at me. And I actually broke a piece of the building, a piece of the handrail that was on the balcony. And I jumped down to the stage because I knew something was moving back there. I could see the curtains moving and somebody talking to them, and I ran back and I jumped back. But I did manage to bring back a piece, and it was made of plastic. And that's a curious thread, because other people who made other jumps, either to this Mars thing or wherever, claimed, and when they brought back samples of the rocks, the rock was plastic. It had a coating on it that was rock-like. I think Barry even brought back a sample, which he actually drilled, and it was actually plastic, but the coating on outside looked like rock. It was something else. So, and this ain't the first time. It wasn't unprecedented that people claimed that there were plastic things that they found with space aliens, or any sort of space alien connected item. So I was never the proponent that, in fact, I had went back in time to Forbes Theater. I went to a place that was a representation of Forbes Theater, or a close facsimile, and that's what led me to the conclusion, for sure. I mean, now there's a lot of evidence that we weren't traveling through time, but for some reason, and we still don't have a reason as to why somebody would do something like that, build some sort of representation of a past event and preserve it someplace in some sort of peculiar space or some kind of peculiar area. Apparently there's a lot of them. And apparently even with the chronovisors, when you're looking back, you appear to be looking back through like a big, for argument's sake, a big TV, and you're looking at an event. For some reason, the event wasn't historically correct. Like if you look around, like in 1700, you would know that people would be wearing boots, and they would have all sorts of dirt and guff on their boots. and the floor they'd be walking around and would have all sorts of dirt and guff on it. That was missing. You know what I'm saying? They had these fences that where you tied up the horses. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
We didn't see those fences where you tie up the horses, or we didn't hear any horses, or we didn't see any horses. There were no horses. And other things like the pen and quill was missing. Like if there was some kind of historical event where somebody was meeting, they usually had a scribe there with pen and quill. Although they seem to have these little peculiar desks which don't exactly match the time. Again, it's not historically correct, not technically correct at all. And the proportion of the room was out, but it looked very similar to the room of this event in the 1700s. As to why somebody would do something like this, I do not know. I do not know, fathom. Maybe they were studying us, and they made some sort of recording of this event because they considered it historically significant. But how? And that is the question. Yeah.
It looks to me.
Go ahead.
It looks to me that maybe they were running scenarios, because what you're describing is kind of it's sort of a set. I mean, you didn't jump to an actual event, right? You didn't jump to Lincoln being actually shot.
That's correct.
So it was like a set where they could possibly run different versions of history, different timelines, or maybe events that they were going to influence and wanted to see what the outcome might be at certain key points in history. That's my thinking, anyway.
That's probably along the lines I was thinking, that there's an event there and they reenact a scenario of this event, or different types of scenarios of this event. Apparently there's a lot of different areas like that, either cheeses, there's time, most people claim to be cheeses, or Roman times, apparently early American history and later American history. And I was wondering, why wouldn't there be something current, you know what I'm saying? Something, a recent event more historically correct to modern times. But
They'll
this
probably
is all
get too close to home. They probably aren't ready to show you. I mean, maybe this is their way of letting us put the pieces of the puzzle together. Maybe they're somehow telling us that they've been influencing our history. I mean, at least somebody has. Maybe it's not even them. Maybe they're showing us what's been done to us. I'm not sure, but maybe they want us to figure it out before they tell us.
I'm going to add something here. Maybe they were running their own scenarios or rehearsals. Maybe they were some of the, in that case, some of the people of the day. Maybe they had the influence on it. How would you practice or rehearse unless you had the set?
It could be any of these things, you know, but it
Very
seems that they're
point.
showing it to us.
Well, that was my view from the very beginning. They're showing us these things for some reason. But why wouldn't they show us and give us an escort and say, yeah, this is the Forbes Theater where this event happened in your history, and this is why we have it, this is what it's all about. Why would they just, show us the building and then leave it at that? Well, no.
Of course, and you've got a piece of it. I love
I
that.
definitely brought back a piece of it, I can tell you that. And, if we built it, we'd certainly built it out of wood.
And it wasn't plastic in those days. There was only Bakelite at best.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Why? And if we actually rebuilt a representation of Forbes Theater for some other, just for jump room purposes, or just to see what people have reacted for training purposes, we would certainly build it out of wood. We wouldn't go through all this elaborate plastic that was molded and then spray painted over very elaborately. I mean, they want the great paint. We just make it out of wood. You know what I'm saying? Like the original one was, a lot cheaper, a lot easier. However, you had to make up molds for all this, and you know what I'm saying? You had to go to great lengths, great detail to do this. I even suspect the stage was made of plastic because I was banging on it, and it didn't sound like. And then eventually, I brought pieces of metal with me and pieces of wood to bang on things to see what it was like. But when I was banging on it with my hand, it didn't feel like wood. It didn't sound like wood. It sounded very peculiar. You know what I'm saying? So I suspect even that was plastic.
Wow. Hey, I've got a question. If only I'd spoken to you a long time ago, say 40 years ago, when my life changed with my abductions. I could have negotiated maybe a tour or something, or a greater discussion.
You probably didn't think about that when you were abducted.
Not at the time, no, not when I was 5. But
and this happened in Australia?
Sorry?
This happened when you were living in Australia?
Yeah. And then I found out my mother had a past experience, and my grandmother. So there's a history there.
Well, who abducted you? Which kind?
Well, I was shown basically the Greys, and there was this weird, shadowy, with jagged edges group that was a one shot. But also, I was shown like by the Nordics, a short white beard guy with a cape or gowny kind of thing, was showing me something on a star chart as well. But typically they don't land in a UFO and get out. They just sort of step in these days from somewhere. They take one step and they're in your room. They take one step backwards and they're gone. It sounds like your jump room technology, Bernie.
Yeah, it's getting very curious that these things all seem to be very curiously similar somehow.
Well, they're the large-eyed greys now.
So, is it still happening?
Yeah, completely. Yeah.
Yeah. Like how often a year?
Well, the last one, it's always the same time of day, but the last one was January 24th. And that was family experience, my current family.
So, your whole family was taken?
Yeah.
Wow.
So, and my children, that was my children, and that was the frightening part. And they were, not to distract from you, Bernie, but they were... they changed their view of the people that used to come at night. They changed their view from being friends to, they're not my friends anymore.
Huh.
So their experience had changed that night from their fantasy world with, what do you call it? Not cloaked memories, the other one.
Screen memories?
Screen memories, thanks Michael, yeah. So the screen memories had changed from being fantasy world to being the reality of the experience. So yeah, Bernie, geez, I wish we'd spoken earlier.
Well, they actually had a group up here called the Advanced Research Enlightenment Agency that there were. He passed away recently. Was doing abduction scenarios, so there was a lot of research being done here locally. I'm trying to remember his name. He just passed away not too long. Bud Hopkins.
Oh yes, Bud. Yep.
Well, Bud was doing a lot of research into that, and the problem was the fear of stigmatism of being ostracized, that they really weren't doing much about. There wasn't many therapists out there or people who investigated abductions. For various reasons, and this whole abduction phenomenon was just a phenomenon at the time. But he was one of the few people. Him and I'm trying to remember another guy who passed away too. He had an accident when he was overseas.
Was that John E. Mack?
Yeah, Mack, Dr. Mack. Mm-hmm. Well, I was talking to him shortly before he passed away. He had an unfortunate accident, and they were trying to bring to light all this abduction phenomenon, but on a doctorate level, and bringing it to a new height where people could, if they're having some sort of issue with abductions, they could speak to someone and get treated or whatever. and try and bring some sort of sense of normalcy back to their life. So, when did this happen?
What, my ones?
Yeah.
Well, the most recent one was the 24th, but it happens at the same time every time. And I'm going to do it on the desk, but you'll get the idea. You hear the 3 knocks, and it's 3:41 in the morning, and we're away. So Suzanne Chancellor has a very similar thing. It's the same time for her, and she had the beings come into her room saying, "Look, we're really sorry," in a roundabout's way, but we couldn't prevent your daughter from throwing up. And she went, "Oh," and she sort of snapped out of their ability to control her, and she ran to her daughter, and when she got there, it was just in time for her to start throwing up. Because they were dealing with her at the time. So, so we share very similar experiences with what's happening to us and our families. But, yeah, with mine, it's still happening, and it's happened. I've had a fascination with it my whole life, and, it's something you can't stop, and just deal with it. I've been documenting it all, so it's all out there for whoever wants to see it. I've sent it to MUFON, and so they can get a handle on it as well.
You can buy those little handheld tape recorders and stash it somewhere.
Well, in fact, I was going to put a laptop up with a motion sensor and have it just film me while I'm asleep. But there's going to be 364 days where there's nothing.
Well, if you get an audio tape recorder with the voice activated control, it will only record when there's something moving, something moving. They hear noise or anything like that.
Well, I know that they know what I'm thinking, so it would have to be something I've put there and I've forgotten about.
I would think that the better thing to do would be, if you trust someone, tell them what you want them to do, and then have them do it when you're away from home, so it's not a present memory, and have them set up a system that will be unobtrusive, and then you'll just forget about it until after the time comes. But don't do it yourself. I think it's a lot more easy to pick up in your mind if you do it rather than you just ask someone else to do it,
Oh, no, completely. In fact, I'd roundabout way ask someone so that they understood without me asking it. So I didn't really know, and it wouldn't know where it was. And I'm just... I'm paranoid that I would want to interfere with what's going on. At the same time, I'm used to it. I don't really have a problem with it. Obviously, they're doing it for some reason. Imagine if you were in a lab and your rats were discussing, as we are right now, their predicament, their interaction with us, and how we seem to ignore all of their requests, right? And have like an uprising. Just the rats in the laboratory having an uprising. It's certainly not something that I want to embark on. I think that they're doing their job, whatever it is. I don't think there's anything truly harmful about what they're doing. I have the impression that what I've been shown, which is possibly very close to now, may very well have either been one, to ascertain what my emotion would be. This is what we started with, Bernie, when you started talking. You mentioned that paragraph that was poignant to me, and Suzanne for that matter. Pardon me, I got the flu. So maybe they just showed me what was going to happen so they could ascertain my feelings towards it. But a lot of people, the abductees, are all sort of talking around about the same thing, saying, well, I believe that I might have been shown what I'm supposed to do when the time comes. Whatever that time is.
Not everybody's experiences in abduction are positive.
No, that's right. And I've seen 3 different kinds of beings, I suspect, right? Best way of visitors, I'd like to call them, who seem to have a slightly different agenda. And Bernie, I'm going to ask you this. This is a good question for you, because I can't use a rant about myself all night. Are the US military, do you think, tracking anybody who might have been an abductee to find out what's the interference with that person, or what enhancements, or whatever you might call it?
That's possible, but I think that the situation grew to such an extent that it became impossible to track everybody who was an abductee. It was a lot bigger than anyone ever suspected.
Mm-hmm.
That's what ultimately happened.
Yeah. Wow.
I think this whole thing got so big and bigger and bigger. It just kept growing and growing. And they probably tracked certain parties, no doubt. I don't think they could track everybody. I don't think that's possible to do.
So I'm going to ask you a question. Why would you? Which report was it again that the U.S. government did in the early post-war to do with aliens and disclosure?
When was it? What time was he talking about?
So there was a report. I remember the report name, not like the Thompson report or something like that.
It's the Brookings report.
The Brookings report. Thank you very much, dude guy. So the Brookings report itself stated that there'd be pandemonium, people wouldn't go to work, religion would collapse and society would fall apart if disclosure happened then. What do you feel would be the status now? Do you believe that we've been drip fed enough, slowly enough to all become across it?
That's part of like this whole assessment process that goes on periodically. Every so many years it's updated. You're talking back in the 40s or 50s. They did surveys. I think I'm not sure I spoke about this on Tones' forum. The films that we made at the jump rooms, the places we went to, and the creatures we saw, which was made on a camera, those old box cameras that they used during the silent era film number, with the hand crank on the side. I made some of them. So there was always somebody filming. And we actually took them and they showed a film of them in different places, I think on military bases. And then they took a survey at the end and said, this film that you saw, could you answer all these survey questions? And they did that, right? And for some reason, everybody said that they thought it was a cartoon or that it was some kind of joke, and that it wasn't real. So, and I think there's a lot of things like that now. I don't think they'd be hysterical, but I think if they release some of the interrogations of the aliens, there might be some hysteria. Well, they got some dissections of the aliens. As to, they made a lot of movies like Men in Black and stuff like that. I don't know. An assessment is a very difficult thing to perceive, how people are going to perceive something in the future. Which I think that what you were alluding to, talking to these space aliens, sometimes they have questions, and I remember them talking. They're making it perceive like it's a future event, but actually they're asking you how you feel about something, where you're going to be years from now. I guess they want to make contact with you again.
Mm-hmm. Well, for me, then that's going to be very shortly. The Hollywood, draws the picture and hasn't stopped, I think, for a long time. And they're ramping it up, and it's all about us being able to defeat them as a warring situation, as violent aliens that come down hell bent on killing us all for some reason, and that our our ingenuity and our ability to band together at the last minute will ultimately find their weakness and overcome them all. I find those situations quite laughable, even though I'm a big sci-fi fan, and I'll take my brain out and leave it at the front desk when I go and enjoy the movies, right?
You don't think an Apple laptop can defeat an alien race?
Yeah, and put a virus in to their system, into their unknown whatever kind of system it is. I was a hacker a long time ago, and that's impossible, to say the least. Even don't care who you are. You could be Stephen Hawking. There's no chance, right? So Bernie, is there any concept of there being any violent aliens out there? And what do you think about the possibility of, and this is one of the conspiracy theories out there at the moment, that if it wasn't aliens, that true extraterrestrials that were violent, do you think there'd be a fake alien invasion generated by governments of the world or something?
You're talking about an exercise. I know them as exercise. I don't know them as false flags or other things like that.
I'll go with false flag. Alien invasion, false flag. Yeah. But do you think there's two questions there?
Yeah. Question one: do I think there's a false flag alien invasion scenario going on? That's going to happen from time to time, no matter what. There's always exercises in progress, and it's part of this awareness process. We just got to get used to a lot of this. What was the other part of the question?
Do you think that there are really violent alien races out there that we may or may not have contact with already?
I think time from time we've been visited by these aliens, and they probably looted us, if not worse, and we probably had little or no concept that was going on to begin with. But I think they're out there, and I think they come here from time to time. Although I think now, when I worked for the administration, one of the things we were trying to do is to create a mechanism so that if we had a crashed alien ship or an encounter with an alien race that was hostile, or some sort of misunderstanding where they got out, they didn't know where they were, so they started, opening up with laser weapons at everybody, thinking they were someplace else, some sort of misunderstanding, which they've claimed from time to time. It's to create a mechanism where someone can go, where the government can go and say, and show them like we are, like on Skype, and show them, and show them a video and say, this is what happened, alien, and who are these aliens, and what are they doing here, and what's this all about? And there's a mechanism now that exists. It's there someplace. And that if something like that was to happen, these aliens would be contacted immediately, if not in real time. And then they would contend with it and then advise us what to do next, or contact their hierarchy and deal with the situation, besides the captain being on patrol and his two associates. So there's a lot more mechanisms now than there was then. It just ain't likely to happen.
So like what of the reptilian aliens? I mean, is there that, some say that the Nordic Pleiadians and the reptilians have been at war with each other for eons?
There was a lot of conflicts due to the catastrophe over resources, over where we are in the Galactic, and where we are in this world. They probably have never settled the dispute. I know the Nordic types, they're very stubborn. They probably claimed they were here first or something, that sort of thing. Or that these reptoid creatures were bothering them, came into the land and did something unauthorized. I won't blame the Nordic types. Are a very gentle race for the most part. They're very friendly. At least they were when I was with them. You can get used to them, the way they smell, and the way they behave, the way they talk. They talk a mile a minute sometimes. They're talking so fast it's ridiculous.
Yeah, so, that guy Drake, he says the Pentagon generals call the Pleiadians tree-hugging hippie aliens.
Tree hugging what?
Hippie aliens.
Tree hugging hippie aliens. There's always somebody over there in the Pentagon is making some sort of peculiar satirical remark about the aliens. I don't blame them. They're very peculiar sometimes. They don't understand how we perceive them. Well, I remember talking to the Nordic type one time. They made a joke, and it took her like 4 hours to get the point over to this joke.
Oh dear.
Just when I was leaving, we're getting ready to go, she said, and so what do you think of joke? I says, no, what joke? And then she's putting her hands, she's looking at me with this curious look, and she has her index finger, and she's kind of like rubbing her chin a little bit, saying, the joke I told you. I says, no, what joke? And then she started talking all over again about this joke she made. I forget the name of the joke that she told. I says, Nog, I know you mean well, and don't take it the wrong way. No, I understand. I will not take it the wrong way. But that's not a very good joke, or a very good way of presenting a joke. And then they get a little insulted and say, why? Because you've been talking to me for 4 hours, and now you're getting to the punchline of the joke. So, if that's any observation of what this Pentagon official was talking about, tree-hugging hippie alien types, they're just like kind of dumb that way. They don't really understand our sense of humor, how we think.
There will be no aliens doing the opening monologue on the Tonight Show.
I guarantee you that.
We've established that. 4-hour joke. I'm sorry.
So what was the name you were just saying that alien was? Norg or Nora? Or?
She had a very complicated, peculiar name. She said, call me, I said, can I call you? She said, call me Nog, Norge, or call me Nog. I don't know who said it first. I said it or she said, just call me Nog. I called her Nog. And she's very bland and she's very monotone. My cousins were the same way. One of them was talking a mile a minute. I mean, they're always playing. She was playing jokes. She likes to play jokes. She likes to tell jokes. But like somebody asked her years ago where she's from. She's from Venus. I says, why did you tell everybody you're from Venus? You're not from Venus. Well, we were there once, and everyone else. I saw on the TV shows that everyone was saying they're from Venus. Like in the 50s, they said, where did space aliens come from? They came from Venus.
Mm-hmm.
Like news reports about all this. She got a hold of that, and she was under the impression that all the space aliens came from Venus that came to Earth.
There you go.
You tell the Earth creature when they ask you where you're from, she's getting a briefing someplace about us, and I was trying to explain to her, no, that's not it. She's getting a briefing someplace about us that, they're saying, when the Earth creature asks you where you're from, you say you're from Venus, because everybody else says they're from Venus. And I don't think she ever quite understood that nobody's believing that she's from Venus. You know what I'm saying? And then she said, well, that's a joke. She says, no, it's not funny. You know what I'm saying? And then they get insulted, And she said something to the effect, I don't see why you don't see that it's funny. Everyone else thinks it's funny.
The specifics of language are difficult to grasp. It's almost like the terminology for an alien being a Venusian is like me asking for a soda and just calling it a Coke or something. I just mean it's between the general and the specific, discriminating that. It seems to be challenge for them to take some topics seriously and then others, when to apply humor. That's all very, it's believable they would have trouble with that, is what I'm saying, I guess.
What you just said is quite funny, and they do have a tendency to discriminate or know not how to discriminate about numerous things. The word comedy for the gray creatures and satirical is inconceivable to them. They're very serious, some of them. They don't understand how it could be so non-serious about all the things that they're talking about, all the things they're doing. Well, how can you make jokes about all these things? They can't conceive of it.
Well, humor is cultural, so they're just not going to understand our sense of humor as we don't theirs.
Yeah, you can't talk about, I was talking to this guy at the newsstand. You just can't. So you're right. It's topical. It's cultural.
I don't understand British humor at all.
Bernie, I've got a question for you, if you don't mind. I'm just going to top off this topic with, look, it's conceivable from your description that I could liken it, and the listeners could do this as well, with Star Trek characters of Mr. Spock not being able to truly get humor. The Romulans, not a humor race of people, right? That sort of really makes sense, but in the data downloads and the amount of things that they're trying to convey to you at the same time, which could make it impossible. Nonetheless, look. But my question for you, Bernie, if you don't mind, is have you spoken to Paul Hellyer, the former Canadian Defence Minister?
I don't think so.
Okay. You don't think so? Well, he's come forward and talked about how when he was in between, I think 62 and 67 or something like that, or 65, Defence Minister for Canada, how they'd scrambled fighters to intercept blips on the radar, and unfortunately some of the planes got too close to their alien ships, and the things that keep, I'm paraphrasing, but the things that the technology that keeps them in the air degrades metal's ability to withstand the forces, especially in the jet fighters that are very minimal tolerances, and those planes fell from the air or whatever it was, and they just said the colossal stupidity of our pilots. That was what the aliens told him. So it appears as though that there's contact with a lot of countries. Do you think it's all of the governments of the world, or some, in your experience?
I think you have to look at what point in time. Back, you're talking 1960s. I think there was very few governments, and within the governments, there was very few people that really understood this question. Because the people I dealt with, and I noticed it, were dealing with the space alien questions, were really kind of skittish all the time about going near them or talking to them, or relying on their reports saying that they actually had conducted a survey of the space aliens, and they actually did nothing. And as far as jet fighters, I heard a similar report from the aliens when I was talking with them over in the areas, that they wondered why. The captain was really big on this. He was saying things like, why do you engage us? What are your rules of engagement? Why do your jets fire upon us? I said, I don't think it's a policy of the government to fire upon you, but sometimes that the jets, you come too close to something, and they're trying to tell you not to come any closer. So there are a lot of issues with engagements, and there are a lot of issues over the course of time with how to react to all of this. I think that's what you're dealing with.
Mm-hmm. So, because of the abduction agreement, was there an agreement with the governments or were they just doing it anyway, and they're going to do it anyway? Or was there an agreement that said, look, we're going to do this, and you can have this, we'll show you this if you let us continue to do what we're doing?
I think originally they were going to do it anyway, but I think they wanted to get a sense that we understood why they were doing it. I don't think that question has ever fully been explored, why they were doing what they were doing. At least in my time, and then updating it years later, they seem to try to convey a sense that it was they're persisting with this. is what I last encounter I had with all this. They're persisting with this. They're continuing like with the same scenarios. It must be very important to them because they took some casualties over it. We didn't go down without a fight, as they say. A lot of people engaged them. We took some hostages. We a lot of engagements with them. It must be very important to them. And they're trying to, I think, to bring us to an understanding that it's for our own benefit to do so. And I think that's the road we're heading down. And I don't know what everybody's going to make of it somewhere down the road. If they say that we need to continue the species, or there's not enough genetic base, or whatever.
All of those are plausible for a society. But if disclosure occurs, can you imagine the way or shape that form would take then of the abductions? Do you think that they would... Because, it seems as though the government, to me, would have painted themselves into a corner, having that as an agreement, or just putting their hands in there and saying, you know what, UFOs exist, guys, and there's all this stuff, and yeah, they've been doing tests on us, but don't worry because that's harmless. Or, I feel the position would be a difficult stance to have from a governmental point of view.
Well, no matter how you look at that question, no matter what side of the coin you look at or how many views you have of it, there's always going to be a factor of unknown. You're looking at an advanced civilization coming to your world and telling you they're doing things. You couldn't stop it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And
exactly,
they're looking for some sort of an exchange for some reason, or some sort of bartering or some sort of an exchange program. Well, why would they do that?
They have no need, clearly, right?
Well, now that's become a debatable point over the decades, because if they're persisting with this, and we would perceive that they're advanced civilization, they have no need, or do they? You're looking at an material motive for all this, and apparently there's some sort of agenda in progress and some sort of motive for all this, which they're not exactly forthcoming with. Apparently they're giving some glimpses of all this. So where that all goes, I don't know.
Thanks, Bernie. That good answer. Look, we've been joined by my co-host of Shiny Side Out. We have Mecci in the round table. Thank you, Mecci. I'm just going to quickly do a sum up. We're on Revolution Radio. This is a round table. We've got Dude Guy, Michael, and Mecci, and Bernie Mendez. I'm just flabbergasted. This is such an amazing experience. Mecci.
Hey, how are you doing, guys? Hi, Bernie. How are you?
Not doing too bad.
Yeah, no. Look, I just get into this cold. I'm astonished to hear you on the radio with us. This is quite a coup, I should say. If I may, I have a question that I've been actually carrying around with me. I have seen some material that suggests, I don't know if you guys discussed this, as I said, I was away. Did President Obama know about the jump room program? And in fact, was he potentially involved in the 80s in the jump room program?
What program is it? The 80s jump room program?
Yeah. Information I've seen has, I guess, Obama participating in the 1980s.
Yes.
Is that correct?
I knew a Barry.
Right.
Okay. I knew Barry. They're claiming that that's him. I don't recall if his name was Satura or not. We spent some time together on a daily basis. But Andrew's convinced it's him.
Right.
Brett Stillings is convinced it's him, and they're trying to convince me it's him.
But it may not
be.
Thing,
you know what I'm saying?
I'm with you.
You know what I'm saying? It looks like him. I can tell you that much. I'm thinking back. I didn't. It's like I'm on a classified place with somebody named Barry, and I don't know his last name. We call his last name, and I can't take a picture of the guy. You know what I'm saying? We weren't even supposed to give each other's names, but apparently as time went on, we started talking to one another and learning each other's names. We pull each other on the side and talk to each other privately, you know, what was going on. So I remember him quite well, Barry. He's a very eloquent guy.
Right.
A little younger than me, I think. And he's always wearing a suit and a tie. And I remember one time we were supposed to jump, and then things were going wrong. So they said, "Well, go back to the barracks and wait until we figure out what to do about it." So we went back. We were talking about things, and remember he could be going on something to the effect, you know, "Man, do you believe this? I don't believe this. I don't believe this is real." I says, "Well, you know, I was taking a note from the astronauts saying the way to deal with all this was to say, look, I'm not here to contend if it's real or not real. I just took the pictures and the videos, and you know, let somebody else figure out what it is." And that's how I was talking to him about this. He said, "How could you sit there and say something like that, man? What if we just what we just saw? What is it?" I said, "Well, you know, you should try and detach yourself from all this." I was trying to tell him, you know, you shouldn't really, you know, get all bent that shape about it. So they're saying it's him, Barry Soetoro, and it's actually the President of the United States of America, Barack Obama. I don't know. I haven't met with him. I was actually going to meet with the president before this all started. I had a bill pending before Congress.
Okay.
And I wanted to lobby with him because, being I had the privilege of working for the White House before, I thought maybe I get in, see him for like 2 minutes, which is possible, to see him in the hallway and say, "Hello, I'm so-and-so, here's my letter introduction. I have a bill pending. Please give them out of consideration." And then this whole business of the jump room popped up. But apparently that's him. But I don't know that they're back yet.
Wow. Can I ask you, again, I do apologize if you guys have covered this already. What are the physical effects of the jumps, or what are the accompanying physical phenomena, as you recall them?
There were a lot of effects. They were, like I said, the jump rooms were apparently experimental. The Navy had done some experiments before I was actually physically jumping on the West Coast.
Yep.
One is that it's a effects. I was trained in the effects of hypoxia. So when I came along, they beginning to realize what was going on. It's not like today. Like in my job I work with, I can take an oxygen detector. You know what I'm saying? And an SO2 detector, so sulfur dioxide detector, and a handheld battery operated device anywhere I go where I work. Very simple. The actual oxygen tester in those days was electric, was a box about the size of I'd say it's about 3 foot by like 4 foot, you know what I'm saying? Weighed about 70 pounds. So you really couldn't get this. If you can get it into the jump room, weighed about like, you know, 200 pounds. So you really couldn't test everything like you could now. And did take some air samples, and we found that there was carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide. The dispute was monoxide or dioxide, I don't know. And then was a very low oxygen environment, but there was absolutely nothing else. Like if you take an air sample anywhere on the planet, you get oxygen, nitrogen, carbon. You know what I'm saying? Neon. You get a lot of trace elements, as they say. But there was no trace elements at all. There was absolutely nothing else. And everyone was astonished by that at the time. So, besides the effects of hypoxia, and you had to be trained to learn the effects of hypoxia, where you would actually lose your breath, or lose your sense of consciousness, and you're beginning to have the effects of hypoxia, or watch your skin turn blue, or whatever. I think they later determined that because you would have constricted blood vessels, your capillaries would become constricted for some reason. And I forget what else. You have a low respiration,
Okay. Just for our listeners, guys, hypoxia is a condition related to oxygen supply reduction. Yeah, in your tissue, and the physically or physiological effects that you have there. Can I also ask? Do you think there's a connection to the Philadelphia experiment at all in the technology that's being used?
Yes. The jump rooms actually started the so-called Philadelphia experiment. It really didn't have a name in the beginning. It was in Philadelphia, the Philadelphia Naval Yard, where they began actually sending out a small cylinder, which was about the original cylinder was about 3 foot long by about like 12 inches wide, but it was round. It was a round cylinder, and there was solid pieces of metal, which they painted yellow, I think, according to the pictures I saw of them, when they looked like they were yellow. And they would stick it in this chamber, which they got from a space alien contraption, and it would disappear. And then somebody found it miles away.
Oh, wow.
Somehow.
Okay.
What it was a transporter. They didn't know it at the time. And then, hence, somebody changed the configuration of it around and added more energy to it, more power, and then started focusing it out in space. And I think that's where we made a mistake. And shot this thing way the hell out there eventually.
Wow.
How much power? Sorry, go on. Yeah, sorry, go
on. When they eventually shot it out there, it never came back.
Oh, wow.
And I think that's where we made a mistake. We shot it through the fourth dimension, through these slots. It somehow connected into this conduit system that's out there, and started going through this elaborate matrix, whatever the hell we were jumping to, sort of system.
So sorry, what you're saying is that there's a for want of a better word, like a transportation system already configured out there?
There is some sort of transportation system already configured. It's very old.
Wow.
Whatever it is. And apparently we activated a device that accessed this domain, this quantum domain. And they began slingshotting these canisters out there, which was brought up, because the reason why I know this firsthand, because Philadelphia was long before I was born, was brought up during the negotiations that they said, you are sending projectiles into our space. We want you to stop. So I thought they were talking about, the rockets going to the moon and all the satellites, but they weren't. And we couldn't seem to clarify that issue. So eventually I made a decision, and I determined, well, I'm going to give them photographic equipment, which at the time wasn't a big deal, and some video equipment. I said, make videos of yourself and, what's going on in the world, in your world, and send them back to us. And when you come back the next time, give us the video. Which they thought wasn't a bad idea. They really loved the video stuff. And whatever this cylinder that you were talking about, take a picture of it and show it to us. And then, if it was like the rocket ship or a satellite that went off course or something, we'd be able to clarify what they're talking about. So sometime later, they came back with a picture of exactly what I described, a cylindrical yellow cylinder. It wasn't exactly a solid piece of metal. It had bolts on the end. And like you bolt in a hatch of a pipe, flat cover of a pipe. And I said, you're sending this object into our space and we want you to stop. I says, I don't recall ever sending an object like that into your space. Well, I passed it along, and eventually I found out about this Navy project, which is probably called Project Rainbow, which was part of what the so-called Eldridge Philadelphia experiment was all about. But before that all existed, we were slingshotting these cylinders way out to the fourth dimension into these slots. And apparently one of these cylinders went way the hell out there, went through a number of checkpoints because they thought it was, one of theirs or something. And they eventually stopped it and crushed it. They actually I think they may have given us one back that was crushed, or the picture of one that was crushed. They actually now they got really ticked because this wasn't the first time it happened, and they got these checkpoints where they checked with one another and said, "Is that your device?" And then they all said no, and they said, "If it comes back, if it comes true again, we're going to stop it." And that's what happened. It came true again. So they grabbed a hold of it, and that's one of the things we were negotiating with them about. And eventually they determined the trajectory, believe it or not, and determined the point of origin, as you say. They said, as we say, we started using the point of origin, and then they started using the point of origin. Mm-hmm. And they actually went, so I'm told, years later, that UFOs started showing up around the Philadelphia yard periodically, and they were searching for where the hell this thing came from that entered their space. Mm-hmm. And this is, back in the 40s. Mm-hmm. So apparently they moved this whole apparatus and everything someplace else. That's all I really know. And apparently they got really ticked about this. So, and that's what led up to these jump rooms and this whole transportation thing with the Eldridge and so-called Philadelphia experiment. But eventually they made bigger and bigger cylinders and figured out how the thing works, which led to an elevator, which led to the jump room program, and then actually wherever we were going, where we were jumping to. So I don't know if that answers your question.
No, absolutely it does. This is probably going to draw a very tenuous link. I understand that Nazi Germany was experimenting with something called the bell, or the Glocke, which was meant to be a counter-rotating, had ferrofluids inside and created some kind of field. Did this at all hook into the same kind of technology or into the same kind of applications, or was it entirely different, do you think?
I think that when the Nazis were very brilliant people, I wouldn't say the Nazis, I would call them the German scientists.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, they either became a Nazi or else, they sent you, they killed you. Yes. So they were very, very astute observers, and that they were proceeding with a methodology which is quite interesting. I believe they had one of the Nordic type spaceships someplace, mm-hmm. and they built I don't know, some sort of I don't know how to put this, a porch or some kind of a platform and cement that was round and had pillars, and then they would land it on top of there.
Yeah, it's called the henge. Yep, we've got pictures of the structure. I know exactly what you mean.
My cousin George actually knew about that. He actually knew about what he's about to talk about, and they would land the disc on top of there so they could look underneath and see what was going on underneath. And at some point, when they were fiddling around with the machine, and I think this is what led to another incident. I know the incident you're talking about. I'm trying to think of the other incident.
There's also the Kecksburg incident.
That's it. Yeah. That's it. Okay. An object like that.
Yes.
Showed up. Very similar to that. There's no pictures. There's no actual reports officially at the time, because that was towards the end of the war. Mm-hmm. But there are people that claim that an object like that, based on the intelligence at the time and interviews, I don't even think the person's name was mentioned, of this object, based on second or third hand information from the people that were involved in that project, who said that there were eyewitnesses to see an object like that bell shaped in Kecksburg, mm-hmm. hovering above that cement structure where they had the disc landing on top of it so they could look under it. What would you call that structure again?
It's called, like colloquially, it's called the henge, like as in Stonehenge.
Henge?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. And so that this bell-shaped object showed up there, hovering right above it. Now, that wasn't directly brought up in negotiations because I didn't know about the Kecksburg incident at that time, or wasn't of such notoriety that it made. Because the negotiation we mentioned about the abduction things, and Benny and Bonnie Hill case was a very big case. But years later, when after I seen the Kecksburg thing, somebody brought me to a warehouse one time and said, "Why don't you take a look at this?" And I saw this big bell with, on the outside of the bell, it had different symbols on it, and I was looking inside of it. Then somebody got a mirror, and I actually slid a mirror under it. I was looking through the mirror, looking around, but I could see inside of it. Then it took off again. Apparently, according to later contacts with the captain, which is from the Walton case, that particular alien, who claims, by the way, to be a descendant of a turtle. So if you believe that his lineage goes back to a turtle, where turtles have actually evolved to a superior life form. He claims turtles are everywhere in the known galactic. Okay. He brought up that subject of this bell, the Kecksburg incident, which went back to Nazi to Germany, and he said that bell was a probe, was actually originally a distress beacon that would be launched in the event of some sort of catastrophe. This probe would launch, and that would maintain, and it was used for messages. It was a message probe. It was like a courier, an unmanned courier, and that you can tell by the symbols on the outside what type of courier it is. 'Cause it's like a logo. It's saying like Federal Express on the outside, or whatever, not a postal service. So all those symbols on the outside would tell you what sort of courier it was or where it came from. And that it used to fly. It would fly unmanned around the galaxy and then would hover outside a pre-programmed area, or upon demand, or upon the different planets that, when they use that type of probe, would have signals they would transpond periodically. So if there was a message coming by, it would pick up on the signal, would circle the planet a few times, and then pick up on the signal, and then follow, then do a pre-programmed course of instruction. So I think they may have actually given it back to the aliens. He thought it was a very dangerous thing for us to have.
Okay.
He said that it had been taken by another race who programmed it to be like a spy satellite, and that somehow it crashed. That during the Kecksburg incident, according to reports I later read, that this object that landed in Kecksburg, Pennsylvania, was being tracked. I think it was being tracked around the world, actually, at the time, just about. And that they noticed that it was on a very erratic course somewhere out in the ocean or somewhere over the United States, and it was zigzagging back and forth. It may have even crashed into a satellite or two, they don't know. But it was being tracked, and it was doing a very erratic course, and eventually crashed in Kecksburg. And the captain mentioned that this is a very dangerous thing, that it was one of these couriers, unmanned couriers that were used eons ago. It's an unspecified period of time, and that it had been taken over by another alien race who was using it to spy on things, and that it was probably spying on right now. Some alien race actually sent it to spy on this planet to gain information, and that I think they may have given it back to him, and that's what it was. But that originally showed up, and he didn't confirm that because I didn't know about this henge and that bell being seen there until after that. But somebody drew a connection between that bell, that henge, and the incident where it was seen, and the information being second or third party being told to the people that worked there, second or third party being told to the intelligence people, second or third party, that that's probably it. And where it came, how it came there, it could have been launched from the actual ship that they were experimenting with. The actual ship that the Germans had. It could have been stored.
Yes, I get that.
Yep, the Hannibal. Yep.
it could have been stored actually in that ship that they had on the henge that they were looking at, and then they had examined it, or they pushed the wrong switch or a different switch, and then when they moved it around, it automatically, it's like an automatically distress
beacon. Yeah.
And they launched it somehow, and then it came back to the point of origin where it first started, back at the henge, and then it hovered there for a while. I don't think anybody went near it because it was like making funny, glowing funny or something like that. And then from there, it went off on a predetermined course. Apparently some other race grabbed a hold of it because these things are quite valuable to them. And eventually it ended up crashing in Kecksburg many years later. And I think that's what that was about. I haven't gotten complete confirmation on all of that as far as the aliens taking it back, but that's generally believed to be what the story is now per the Navy. So the Navy believes that that's what that was all about. But until you actually get it, until they actually get the thing back and dissect it and figure out what all the mechanisms are inside, it does have a flight recorder someplace. Okay. So we'll tell a story eventually, but we don't have the technology to download that system. So the aliens take it back, they download it, and they may give us a report, they may not.
So just for our listeners, I'll just do a station ID. You're listening to A Round Table tonight. This is I'm David from Shiny Side Out. We have Mecci also from Shiny Side Out, Dude Guy and Michael. Where our special guest on the round table is Bernie Mendez. He has a long history with the military. He's a whistleblower. He's been out, and at the moment, we're so privileged to have him with us. If that's right. I was going to say that you, Bernie, and for Mecci and for our listeners, if you haven't been in the last 2 hours, when Bernie mentions the captain, Bernie, you're talking about?
I'm talking about the same alien in that very large diamond-shaped craft that it glows different colors. It's white. That was first seen during the Walton abduction of Travis Walton. And that space alien that's aboard there, him and his two assistants, who wear lab coats now, by the way. He's an old captain. He became a doctor. He according to his story that he told me, was that they don't really have ranks like we do. They have, like, you have the captain of the ship, the equivalent of a captain, and then he has assistants, and that's it. No midshipmen, junior officers, middle officers, admirals. There's just captains, and captains get together and do things. And when he was an assistant, he was on a patrol, and he was a fairly seasoned guy. He'd been around the galaxy once or twice now, and he really liked the service that he was in. So, according to him, that he said that they were on patrol, and they were going into an area that he was familiar with, that there was a lot of trouble in this area periodically, that there was some sort of raiding going on, but it had been going on for such a long time that they felt maybe they were lying about it, or maybe they were just cooperating with them. Whatever the case, when they went into this area in his ship, and he really liked his captain, he says captain that he actually knew, his family knew this captain, and said he managed to get on board the ship as his apprentice, as his assistant actually, because their families knew one another a long time. That they actually caught them in the act of making a raid, and that his captain decided, he yelled him and he told him, to stop making the raid, and they actually engaged him. He said he didn't think that was a good idea to do because their ship, they had called for help. They actually went back, and then they called for help, and then they went back to the scene, and they decided to engage him because they were doing such severe damage. He didn't think there was anything else left to do to captain. So they engaged him and lost. And the captain was killed. Some of his friends were killed. The ship was badly damaged, but he was the only person that knew. He's the only assistant left, and so he took charge and continued the fight. And when reinforcements showed up, and the people they were fighting ran off, and they were never seen again, at least for a very long time. He was in the hospital for a very long time, and he was court-martialed. He was court-martialed, and he was told he would never see space travel again, and he was confined, sent back. They put him to quarters basically, where he went back home, and he was home about 10 years or so he claims. But whatever point of time that was, I don't know. They have a time without Julian calendar, a system the way we record time, but he said 10 years. And after about 10 years, he got a message to report back for duty. I didn't know why, and he was very saddened that he wasn't back in the service anymore, because that's something he always wanted to do. And apparently, the engagement that he had, this other race that had raided another race, did it again. Only this time they had set an elaborate surveillance system and set it like a trap, and caught them red-handed enough that they presented it to all the different committees, proving that this other race that he engaged and lost were raiders, and that they should be dealt with. And then he became a big hero again for saving the ship. He actually took command of the ship, fought them off a little bit, and then ran away, or tried to run away as best he could, until his other ships showed up and saved them from being annihilated, and the other guys that were fighting ran away. So he got back his commission, so to speak, and got back his duties, and became a captain of a ship himself after that. Well, he was apprentice for some time, retraining, and then he became a captain himself. And he's been around a very long time, and he knows a great deal about what's going on in this whole area of space, and who's who, what's what, and who's, the big problem with him is two things. One is contamination from aliens coming and going, causing disease issues, and smuggling, which he's very concerned about. There's a lot of smuggling going on, and that's an issue with us too now, because we have issues with certain technological things that we can't explain, certain medication issues that we can't explain, and certain other disease issues we can't explain, and he can explain it. So that's who he is. I didn't ask him his name. He was a very stern alien, very serious, and his two assistants. Yeah.
Was he a Nordic, or what kind of human? Or
he wasn't a gray. He wasn't a Nordic. He was an alien I'd never seen before. I've never seen this type of alien before. I'd never even heard of this type of alien before.
What distinguishing features would you, and how would you describe the look of them?
Well,
is it just like Star Trek, where everyone's basically a person with a different kind of head?
They're not that much different from us. I remember, you're laughing, I remember looking at him, and he said something. What are you looking at? You think I'm ugly? You said, you Earth creatures have done some ugly things yourself with your atomic bombs and putting radiation poisoning all over the place. Travis Walton will recall him quite well. Mm-hmm. Him yelling at him. He was speaking English, he says, and he was talking about Walton. Because Travis remembers sometimes that he was speaking English and he was telling him to shut up. He said something to the effect, you Earth creatures are all alike. Every time I come near you, you all get hysterical and start screaming all the time. Why don't you shut up? And that's what he's telling the Walton. I think Travis Walton would probably confirm that. Mm-hmm. And he's got some attitude, this guy. And so I was looking at his two assistants as he was yelling at me about something. And I'm looking at them how he says, we're his assistants, and you shouldn't, he said something, he's retired, you shouldn't pay attention to him. He turns around, you listen to me, don't listen to those two assholes. I told you, Susan, to shut up, now shut up. He actually called them assholes, and I looked at him. You can see my eyebrows raising up. "Oh, you're that Earth creature I wanted to talk to you about something. Now, look, what's going on with this? I want you to explain this to me." You know, he's a very cantankerous space alien, and he's on. I asked him about his ship, which he showed me around a little bit. I can't show you the whole ship. This is my ship. I helped build it myself. It says I'm here to, you know, I'll be on patrol, and I'm here to make sure that nobody's making raids on one another. And if you're not supposed to be where you're supposed to be, you're going to get boarded. And if you don't have permits to be here, you're going to get towed back. You know, to Zeta Reticuli, I think is what they told him. And then you're going to be sent back to your home planet, and they're going to explain what you're doing here. They're not going to put up with all this much anymore. You're venturing further and further out into space. We're just not going to put up with it. We're going to stop you. We're going to stop anybody else from coming and going here too. If they don't have business to be here, they have a permit to be here. So that's he is. I don't know how to describe him. He doesn't have big. He has kind of like blackish eyes, like us. He claims to be a descendant of the actual. He asked me, "Do you have turtles on your planet?" I says, "Yes, we have many kinds of species of turtles." And I talked to him about turtles. And eventually I talked to him about the Galapagos turtles and how they're going extinct. As then you can do about them, because a lot of those turtles may go extinct. They're very large turtles. We don't know where they came from exactly. They're very peculiar turtles. Nobody could figure them out. He says, "Yeah, well, my race is the descendant of turtles." And then he was talking to his two assistants who were talking to me, and they were talking about a few different things about, you know, how come you have so many? How come there's so much radiation on your planet? Is that from detonating atomic bombs? I said that's probably it. And they were talking about quite a few other things. I forget now. I had a very long conversation with him. There was some other people who had visited him from time to time. Apparently, he makes contact with military people, some government people from time to time, to talk about some of the things I'm talking about. Apparently, there's aliens that are in this area of space, or ain't supposed to be here, or on the run, or escaped, or and they're around us somehow. Everyone's noticing. You see a lot of things on YouTube. He's trying to contend with that, and he's trying to see how we contend with it, if you can believe him. And that's who he is. He says he's a captain turned doctor.
I've got another question. I've been thinking of them as it's just you keep bringing up topics. Do you think nuclear testing made them turn around and notice this?
I think that became a major concern of theirs, because eventually, and they said, and he even said this. He said, "I guess you wonder how we know you lit off atomic bombs and then bigger bombs," he said, or something to that effect. He said something, because, believe it or not, we have sensing devices that sense the echo of the bomb. And then he even said right after that, "I guess you're wondering how it is that that sound waves or vibration waves could travel through space, and how we could detect it." Well, they can, even though your instruments can't figure out how it's done, and we're not going to tell you how it's done. So you believe this guy? What an attitude this guy had. So he was really ticked off about a few things, and he wanted people to know it. I think he had a few engagements with the military. He was asking me, "What are your rules or engagements? Somebody shot a missile at me. What the hell am I supposed to do with this missile?" No. Who told them to do something like this? You know, I'm going to write this up someplace. I think he actually had the missile aboard that they shot him. His missile, I say.
I've heard about the missile test that they did, where the missile during the flight was approached by a ship, and even though it only had a test warhead, it was shot at by the alien ship or some beam. It disabled it, and the missile went into a tumble.
I wouldn't doubt it. If it was anybody capable of doing it, would be that captain, or maybe just another one of our ships testing something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But this captain was really ticked about all this.
What was the? Is there? You mentioned disease and crossover, and look, I was wondering, is there any disease crossover with humans? With all the visitors?
Apparently, that's going to be a major contention point at some point in the future. As to what that all entails, I don't know. But eventually it will be a major contention point. Apparently he's very concerned that there are aliens coming and going who are spreading diseases here, who shouldn't be here.
Who haven't gone through a quarantine process or a cleansing. Yeah.
Apparently he was mentioning that, and I think it's probably what the motive is. He said there's a lot of cures for a lot of diseases here on this planet. And so there's a lot of medication issues here on this planet about things. And that's what he was alluding to. So a lot of them come here to get treated. And I don't think that's far from an observation that the Navy's made and that the government's made about what's going on with all these space aliens we're seeing and capturing from time to time. Apparently they appear to be somewhat disabled. And somebody made the hypothesis before, and I didn't know it, but before I said what I just said, back when I said it to certain parties, that somebody else contended long before me that they thought they were coming here for a reason, one of them being that they were being treated for some sort of ailment. So I'm not the first to say it, by far. That's actually well documented someplace.
It actually links back into ancient history, believe it or not. Things like blood sacrifices, white gold powder, and gold in itself in general, and also the fact that we have got a lot of plant and animal material which is used in traditional and alternative medicine, which is surprisingly effective. So I'm not at all surprised that we have, in fact, we probably have all the cures for what ails us, and I wouldn't be surprised if we had all the cure or a lot of the cures for what ails someone else.
That's apparently what his issue is with us, and that's apparently why he's on patrol. Between him and El Supremo on the administration side, I think they're pretty much contending with everything that goes in and around us from here on in, and that they got warning buoys all over the place, and they're actually warning people off, and they're actually warning us now not to go any further out in space. So the risk is all ours from here on in.
Oh wow!
I don't think anybody's going to say, well, we went out there and something happened. They say, well, we were warned. I don't think anybody's going to say that they were warned about it.
Yeah, that's quite sobering if you think about it seriously. You know, it's a sobering thought.
It sure is. Hey, Mecci had a question about the kind of power.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's right.
That was
thanks, Dave.
It's your question.
And I was just listening with fascination. So I did have a question regarding the power requirements for the jump rooms, and along those same lines, I remember some brownouts in the United States, and now the massive power outage in India. I'm not saying they're related, but what I'm wondering though is how much power would be required to maintain these jump rooms.
I think it was a tremendous amount of voltage, but it had to be generated in a very peculiar fashion, where you had to actually have a lot of capacitors and actually shock the instrument with a very large amount of voltage simultaneously at several points.
It was direct current, right?
You know, that's a very good question, because for the life of me, and I'm fairly well trained as an electrical engineer, I'm fairly well trained as a mechanical engineer, and every test I've ever done, and I know Tom will confirm this, it always tested positive for AC current, and it always tested positive for DC current, or AC-deuces they used to say.
Right.
And if you can figure out, or if anybody out there can figure it out, I'd love to hear from you, because I have never figured it out, and I have tested it myself for AC and DC. I tested both positive. I did it 3 times. I'm not going to do it anymore. Tom did it 100 times. Well, no, I'm not going to sit here and just, I can never figure it out. I don't. Now, where do you go from there? I don't know.
Maybe it was phased. But I'm just thinking out loud. Sorry, that's interesting.
That's okay. If you have a theory, I'm sure it may be quite plausible. But I've never seen anyone come up with a definitive answer to your question. I've tested positive for AC and I've tested positive for DC. As to how that's possible, I don't know.
If you okay, now I'm going into the shiny side tinfoil head zone here for a second, guys, and burn it for that. What it means is we're now speculating entirely. So if you're looking at this double slit experiment, and I'm going to talk about phasing here for just 1 second. The double slit experiment says that a particle can be a wave and a particle at the same time. So there's a waveform and
yes,
not.
Okay, I understand basically what you're talking about.
Yeah. So with electricity, if you could potentially, okay, so each electron exists in a certain state until it's observed. At that point, it all collapses into the observed event. It's Schrödinger's cat, blah blah blah. However, if you could find a way for the quantum field to be expanded and the observation to be expanded to not just the one observation but 2, 3, or multiples, you could have the electron to be existing in both in the alternating current as well as the direct current. Potentially, I'm just again.
I'd love to see something like that in writing, like as far as the mathematics of it.
My math is not good enough. I'm a theoretical physicist only.
Okay, that's a very interesting concept you have. It's like existing in two places at once, almost.
Yes, exactly right.
I know what you're going on about. It's been discussed from time to time as to how this was possible. My view, after talking to the aliens, was that whatever we were generating, whatever mechanism we electrified and it generated, worked on a principle that is fundamentally different from ours. Mm-hmm. I believe when we generate power electron volts, or you want to leave it at electrons, but we have protons in there and we have other things in there. It's not pure electrons. It's not pure protons. And the way the space aliens, speaking theoretically, like we are now, explained it is that for lighting purposes, the amplification we see with the space alien mechanisms are all pure protons, with a few electrons in the system to keep the reaction going. Mm-hmm. And all the machinery that we're running it's pure electrons. There's no other things like that. About the electricity flow, you got the protons in one direction, the neutrons in another direction, the electrons in another direction. Mm-hmm. The flow of the electricity at the subatomic level is all in one direction. So you're getting a more economic and a more streamlined flow of electricity. All the electrons and all the atoms are going in one direction. Whereas when we're generating it, they're going in a lot of different directions. They're in conflict sometimes. So it would be almost impossible to have a short with it, because it's just continually looping around. Mm-hmm. And I think that's their secret with electrical generation. They're not really generating the power we have with the induced voltage, if you want to call it that. It's really just electrons. It's all electrons. There's nothing else in the field, and it's all pushing. It's all flowing in one direction completely, and there's very little resistance to what's going on. I think that's the secret, having no resistance. That's what makes this jump into the other dimension. And as far as proton lighting is concerned, it's very soft light, but it's not really being generated. It's actually being stored, and that's another one of their secrets. They actually store the energy somehow. Like we store batteries, they store protons for lighting, mm-hmm. and steam and electrons for moving machinery. And they actually store heat.
Wow, that's awesome.
So when somebody asks me how far ahead are they, technologically speaking, from us, they actually have the ability to store steam to the point of 180 psi, as far as I can generally determine. I'm talking to them, trying to make conversions factors. So I'm quite good at conversions. and understanding our mechanisms, and they actually store electricity either on a proton basis or electron basis. They don't combine the two, they're separated. So if they need a charge, they can tap into like a battery of pure electrons to give it a charge, or they have a battery of protons which keeps the lighting at a certain level, regulated at a certain level. I don't know if that answers your question, and I'm glad to see there's a theoretical physicist around I could talk to once in a while that understands what I'm talking about. But I like your theory. That's very interesting. What you're saying, it's probably what we're dealing with. They're existing at two quantum levels at the same time.
That means they're not just technical, but philosophically they must be so much further advanced than I mean, our minds couldn't, most minds couldn't grasp this concept. And certainly we could not turn it into something practical and usable. This is way ahead of us.
Agreed.
That's where we're at with them. The last time I was talking to them about what you're talking about, and it's hard to find anybody that talks about something like that, is practical things for us. How we would convert their system to our system. They think it's possible. We have a lot of problems with the line voltage. And they think it's possible to generate electrical mechanisms just for lighting. See, their whole world is based on lighting and the machinery. So our world is based on both. We generate power for both. And that's where they're trying to separate how it would be practical in this world. If we can separate the lighting from the machinery part. Lighting be protons, which are quite efficient at it, and then the electron part for everything else that we use in our daily lives, and how we would separate that either on the circuit and circuits in our home from the power coming in, separate it there, and then have one circuitry for lighting, which is feasible, or one circuitry for everything else, which is feasible. That's a minor change. But as far as this whole transmission of what they generate is something they're looking into, believe it or not. But they're looking at it from a practical point of view.
You know, it's Bernie. If we just to fill Mecci in, we've talked about jump rooms, hollow Earth, the aliens inside the Earth, aliens outside, local, not so local, distant ones that are all visiting. We've gone through technology, and there's almost the entire gamut. And Mecci, you're asking questions which are awesome. One question that I had for you, Bernie, just before I'm going to introduce also a Mad Painter. He is another host from the station who's joined the roundtable as well. Hey, Mad. What we've got is well, I've got a question. How many years in advance, technologically, or even as a civilization, would you suggest they possibly are, Bernie? Or have they told you?
That's a very good question. I asked him that question. I said, when did you first arrive here on Earth? And it took many years to get a response. Fortunately, I gave them my home encyclopedia set that I had at home, along with my dictionary, Bible, and a bunch of other books I had laying around my house. They eventually came back to me years later. I must have been... It had to be, that's in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. So it had to be at least 17, 22 years, something like that. I don't even know. I wasn't, somebody's keeping record someplace about all this. They actually pointed to a picture of a brontosaurus in the encyclopedia and said, "We Greys first arrived here when this creature roamed the earth. We're very sure about this." So they pointed to a brontosaurus. So, and this has been a problem, and every scientist worth their salt will know about carbon dating. It's got problems. Proton decay has got problems. For instance, everything's not decaying at the same rate.
Correct.
And it's possible that we were held in stasis at some point in our history during a catastrophe, that we didn't age at the same rate or decay at the same rate. as opposed to other parts of space that were decaying at a different rate. So we may have been slowed down as far as the rate of decay. So as far as what you want to calculate based on all these conflicts or anomalies we have in the rate of decay of and the studies with carbon-14 datings of the fossils of dinosaurs, particularly the Brontosaurus, as to when that figures of what point in time in the past. Now we're talking an astronomical calculation of time as far as technologically how far they're ahead of us. So they actually had a survey ship of a cigar-shaped type come by here when the Brontosaurus was roaming the Earth, and they're completely sure about that.
So
and that's how you can gauge a civilization. That's what.
And for our listeners, that's about 154 to 150 million years ago, guys.
That's right.
So that's where we're looking at, and this is interesting because we actually have archaeological evidence that points back to something at that time, leaving traces, certainly in the fossil record. Gold chains embedded in coal. These are usually pieces of evidence that have been hidden away in secret collections and only written about, specifically in the 19th century. There's a really good book, Forbidden Archaeology, by Michael Cremo, which goes into that. So yeah,
what you're saying is it could possibly be them. They said when they took the survey, they would leave things behind like we do when we visit other planets, to give them a clue if they ever return or someone would ever find it, something that was unique, that would say, well, we were here, the great creatures were here at this point in time, which would indicate what was going on. So it's not inconceivable that people have in their collections an artifact, believe it or not, from another world, from another race of aliens who visited this planet nearly eons ago, which they found in some peculiar place, and unknowns to them, it really is an artifact, an alien artifact. And it's quite possible.
This raises another question. Sorry, I know you wanted to say something, Dave, but I need to follow this up. Sorry. Having a civilization that can endure for these enormous lengths of time, and on Earth we haven't been able to do that. That would also indicate to me that potentially the individuals that are involved in the so two things that could be possible, I guess. Either the individuals involved in the civilization are extremely long-lived as well, or it's some kind of a hive culture, some kind of, almost like a beehive kind of culture. Is that what we're dealing with?
That wouldn't be a bad assessment. I talked to them about the long span of time it takes to travel through space. We have to get adjusted as far as how we consider time to begin with. They don't look at time the way we do, and they're very disturbed that we calculate time on the basis of every second of the day, which is based on the solar day, and every minute of the day. They don't look at time that way at all. They have events when the door opens and closes on the spaceship, and the little video equipment goes off, and they take snippets of what's going on. So they have like a time basis from event to event. And they have a very peculiar way, because they have this peculiar intergalactic newsstands all over the galaxy where they upload and download things, and has like a time base. And what it's kind of like doing is so that everyone can kind of like be in the same time zone, like we have Zulu time. It says it's giving like an event that had happened. Now, I know it seems peculiar to us, but everyone would know about Oktoberfest, okay? Everyone here would know about the Olympics. So it's been, so the way they would measure it would be similar along those lines. You would go to the newsstand, say the Olympics is going to start in the next very shortly, so we'd know that it's been 4 years since the prior Olympics, so we'd know about where you were in time. And that's how they record their things. They have these major events that everyone should know. If not, you can look it up on your laptop. They're just major things. And then you would know you're very close to that event, or that event just happened not too long ago. And that's what they're going on. That's how they measure their time. And from the Brontosaurus age till now, measuring time, that's I tried to pin him down on it, and he refused to pin down because he's obviously was trying to tell us in a nice way that we can't possibly translate this matter into your Julian calendar.
Mm-hmm.
And they were refusing at the time to do so. So I think it's for the next generation to figure out how to put this all in a timeline. I forget your question now. What was your question again?
And they must be long-lived, or if not long-lived.
Oh, yes, okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. I asked him that because of the long distances involved in traveling through space.
Mm-hmm.
How do you overcome this issue, and how do you overcome this problem? There's two methods. One is they're actually slowing down their body processes. They're actually bringing time, not to a standstill, but slowing it down considerably when you're aboard the ship. So they're actually saying is that they're aboard the ship, but time in the ship has slowed down. Mm-hmm. So, for instance, even though a minute, let's say an hour passes of our time, I haven't got calculations with them yet, but I was trying to figure out how to calculate such a thing. Even like an hour has passed, say if we were aboard the ship and 1 hour passed in real time, how we measure time. Milliseconds would have only have passed as far as you aging, or less, or nanoseconds. So even though you were on the craft for an hour, you only aged in real time a nanosecond. Now, how they're capable of doing that, and I asked about it, he said something to the effect eventually, that's our secret, we're not going to tell you. So where you want to go from there is it's going to be, your generation's going to have to figure this out. So that's one of their methods of doing it. That's how they overcome that. They actually bring the time to almost a complete standstill, but you can still move around. You can still have consciousness.
Yeah, they have what do you call it? The field around the ship is an insulated bubble from all the physics that we understand. So inside that, it appears as normal to us, but it's really not at all. So one of the things that that happened to me after an evening of experience was I didn't feel very well, and I went to the doctors. They took a blood test, and the blood test showed that I'd been in space according to all the astronauts that had come back, and I had the same blood results as those guys, which was really weird because to me it didn't seem like very long, but apparently it was. I've got another. I'm going to introduce a mad painter.
Good morning.
He's on. Come on, dude.
Who's that?
It's very late for us, so a mad painter is.
It's very early for me.
Yeah, I know. He's another host on Revolution Radio. And,
this is actually amazing how we could do this. Absolutely amazing. But go ahead.
It's awesome, isn't it?
I produced a show with Carrie Cassidy that you were on just about a week ago. We were on air together, and you didn't even know it. I'm in the background
show,
in some.
Bernie. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Carrie. And I was in the background, and it kept everything I could to scream out some questions sometimes. So it's a pleasure to be on the air with you. These aliens you're talking about, you're saying they're able to control time and the distance that they travel. Do you think they're using interdimensional travel?
I think that's a facet of one of the facets of their most amazing technology, that they go from point to point, and we perceive it to be a great distance. They perceive it to be a shorter distance, and they're able to somehow commute over that great distance in a very short span of time, and that they're jumping is what they're doing. they're jumping from one point to the next, and those fantastic ships, somehow, they won't explain it. They've been asked for we asked them for an explanation. They don't refuse. They said that's our secret. We're not going to tell you.
Right.
They will speak theoretically, though. They will speak to us theoretically.
I don't blame them. Personally, I think they're around to keep us here, keep us from spreading too far.
Well, they're giving us
That's
warnings.
just
that
my personal opinion.
Well, they're giving us warnings not to travel further out into space. They don't want us further out in space. Unless...
Yeah, I personally wouldn't want ours running around in the universe the way we are right now.
Agreed. Hey, Bernie, I've got a question. How large do the ships get?
That's a good question. Apparently, from observances of the sun, there are very large ships out there. And how big they are is just quite incredible. One was the size almost of the Earth, I think, that was observed along the sun. Although other physicists said it was a sunspot. I have a hard time considering that's a sunspot. But there are other observances from other classified telescopes that show these ships hovering around the sun that are quite large. But that may be another phenomenon of space. From the optics that we have, or the remote viewing technology we have, what we may be seeing is not exactly what it appears to be.
Mm-hmm.
So we may not be actually measuring the dimension of the size of the object we're perceiving at a great distance accurately. So it may be bigger or maybe smaller, or there may be some sort of phenomenon that's in between our optics or radio telescopes or the remote viewing technology that is not able to be determined by our science as far as size goes. So that's another question altogether.
We've heard or seen reports of there being large objects in the rings of Saturn that possibly could be ships. Are they theirs?
If you look at the close-up pictures of the Saturn rings, and this has been my contention for a very long time, that Saturn's rings are not natural; they're artificial. That there's a monolith on the North Pole of Saturn, and that it's transponding some signal when you approach it. That it's some kind of, I don't know how to put this, it's some kind of road sign. You know what I'm saying? You see Saturn, the axis is tilted at a certain angle. Although there's other Saturn-like planets, the ring is tilted at a different angle. And there's so many rings, I think it's like a road sign, and that it's some kind of, like we use a light tower in the night to direct ships at sea, because it's very black out there. This Saturn-like planet has a bunch of things around it, like a way of directing traffic in this area of space. I don't think it's a natural planet. I think it was a planet, and then they enhanced it somehow.
Well, I find that interesting myself. It's one of the biggest objects. It's our biggest object in the solar system too.
Yeah, if you see the pictures close up of if you see the close-up pictures of Saturn, the rings, you'll notice all the rocks that are there are all flat on the surface, and then they're pointy on the other side. They can't all be identical and be a natural phenomenon like that. Someone is tending the rings of Saturn, and we've seen ships come and go from time to time. So all those rings, if you look at the close-up pictures, can't be natural. They got to be some kind of flat rocks that somebody shaped them in that way, or molded them somehow, and put them in a cylindrical orbit around Saturn. For some reason, the only best guess would be it's some kind of road sign.
Maybe it's... I'm going to be in conjecture here. Maybe, well, pardon me. Maybe it's a power generation, or maybe it's a parking lot.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing, that if they're all symmetrical and all uniform, there's got to be a purpose behind it. nature isn't uniform usually.
That was the big debate we were having in the 70s, which proved out that we were saying, is the moon artificial or is it natural? What's on the surface, was that artificial and natural?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these things, reconnaissance we were getting from the satellites or from Apollo and from the astronauts, jump room people, whatever. The great debate began. Is it natural or is it artificial?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people didn't want to step forward, but a lot of them were saying privately that they thought it was artificial. And then the bigger question, well, why the hell would somebody make something like this? You know? And now, here we are, quite some time, 35 years down the road, where everyone's getting on the same page that whatever it's for, whatever it is, it's not natural.
Yeah, exactly.
The thing with the gas giants is actually that it's easily accessible fuel. Because they are gas giants, you actually have distinct layers of separate gases that can be easily accessed. Helium, for instance, if you were, making, I guess, solar system runs. Excuse me. It makes sense even for this, because some of the rings are frozen water. There's different things in there. It would be a fairly simple refueling station if you're so inclined. And
That's it. I was thinking along those lines. Is maybe somebody stored something there.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Maybe somebody, like a cache or something.
Sure, absolutely.
We don't know what it could be. You know what I'm saying? And then they store it there somehow. And
then
you don't
somebody
came. Yeah.
You can get to it without actually entering a planet's atmosphere, which is very energy consuming.
Well, it's very safe that way too. If something happens, nothing will be damaged.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying that stuff could be very volatile too.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
So Bernie, you touched on a subject. Then we on our show Shiny Side Out we discussed the hollow moon theory, the artificial moon. There's too many things about it that seem a little unusual. Now, we've already spoken with Bernie tonight, guys, in the round table and listeners, if you're just catching in now, about structures on the moon and Mars and on Earth. It looks like has been societies all around. And one of those things is, when we talked about the moon being artificial, it just seems too weird that it's the only one. It's very large. It points towards us all the time, and it rang like a bell, which is that famous quote from NASA. And then they did the experiment, and it rang again for 3 hours and vibrated. And now there's the ebb and flow satellites going around it to detect whether this was from the head of NASA, whether there is anything below the surface. Sorry, detecting the surface and if anything is below it, which is an extraordinary thing. So Bernie, what's your take on the moon?
When I was down in NASA many years ago, I was going over some of the reconnaissance strips that strips of film, or tracks they called it. I quite frankly didn't know what to make of them. But at some point, and I'm trying to remember the person's name that actually did this. He's from Egypt, I think, something. Back during the 60s, he was of the contention that some of these were artificial things that were on the moon, but it was never publicly discussed back then. It was only privately discussed. It was nothing talks in universities or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And he was one of the individuals. Besides, he was a fellow that worked there. He was an Italian fellow. He was a very big, tall man. He was a very good photographic interpreter. He passed away not too long ago. He worked for NASA for many years, reviewing the tracks, putting them on reels, and then slicing them up, and then making duplicates and whatnot, blowing them up and whatnot. And he convinced me that he said, some of the tracks are very peculiar for the early tracks of the moon. Like you get two tracks of the same area, and you get like a let's say a crater, a hill, a crater, a blank space, a crater. Then you get the same identical track on the next pass. You get like a blank space, two craters, two hills. Why would the same track area be different? on the same over the same pass, another pass. There was no explanation for that till this day, unless somebody moved the area in question. It shifted somehow, and then there was some of the tracks where you had the craters that appeared to be like a hollow hole that went down pretty far, and then eventually they got a satellite up there that took the measurement, and it went down like over 500 feet or whatever it was, a half mile, whatever. And then there were the other tracks of the spire, smokestack, a building.
Yeah.
And then later on, looks like crashed parts of buildings, parts of spaceships, or spaceships buried in. When the Apollo came back, there was a layer of 6 to 8, maybe 14 inches of this white reflective substance. Like when you look at the moon, the light is reflected. It's very white, like all moonlight. Somebody covered this whole area with this powdery substance, which kills fleas, ticks, mice, and roaches. It's like a antiseptic insect killer.
Wow.
Reflective property type things. That's what's on it.
Mm-hmm.
What other properties it has, I don't know. But it does kill.
Kind of sterilize that area.
You're hitting the nail right on the head. They think it's some sort of sterilization, which happens to have reflective properties for some reason.
Like a cleanup crew.
Yeah.
And is it this crashed ship on the side of one of the craters or something as well, from one of the passes from Gemini, was it?
They had pictures of a lot of buildings, a lot of ships, but there are parts of things were destroyed buildings. There was one picture of one building intact, I think from Apollo 18 or Apollo 20, whichever. And the other cigar-shaped, that was another thing, this particular photographic interpreter, he showed that cigar-shaped cylinder that's on YouTube, Apollo photographs, secret release, whatever, that silver disc, silver cigar-shaped craft. One set of series of photographs, it wasn't there. And he was of the opinion that it moved and then came back. But then the contention was, if it came back, why is it exactly in the same position as when it left? It's almost, and they could only determine so much from the photographs at the time, but it would be the equivalent of you parking your car in the same identical spot to the degree of accuracy of like a quarter of an inch.
Mm-hmm.
Either, front to back or left to right. That's how accurately it was parked. So a lot of people at the time were of the opinion that it was never moved in the first place, that for some reason the photograph of that area didn't come out, or due to some trick of light and shadow or some phenomenon, the photograph of that UFO cylinder type that's on YouTube didn't come out. But he was of the opinion that it had moved, that this was the same track, it wasn't there. And then at some point in time it came back, and but somehow he says that's not my problem exactly where it's parked. My problem is that I look at these photographs and they're asking me, is that object there or isn't it there? It's not there. Is that object there or isn't it? Well, now it's back again on the other track. So his opinion was that this object had moved and came back. As to whether exactly how it was parked in the same precise position is, it's inconceivable to us, but apparently they can do this. And that's the way a lot of the anomaly things are on the moon. And if you add it all up, you got to come to a conclusion. There was a civilization there. There are things going on there, and it's it's even the orbit of the moon. When I was studying it at the time, was very peculiar. Nobody could explain the orbit precisely. It seemed to be a few hours late or a few hours early on its trajectory. How do you explain that? It seemed to be slightly out of closer to the Earth and farther away from the Earth. How do you explain that in its totality? It could never be explained unless it was under its own power. Well, something was moving it.
It could be explained with what you were saying earlier, being in two places at the same time.
or we have a second moon. That one moon disappears and another one takes its place simultaneously. And we're looking at one moon because a lot of the tracks that they had didn't match up. It was like we're looking at a different planet, or did the moon spin around? It doesn't rotate on its axis. Is that what happened? It spun around a little bit and then we got in a different track. There were contentions that it was a different moon altogether. That apparently they tracked it down to Antarctica. There was a lot of ships and planes involved. I remember this quite well. And they were tracking it until it disappeared somewhere in Antarctica. Apparently,
there was a lot of YouTubes here probably about a month and a half to 2 months ago where everybody was freaking out saying something's different with the moon.
Yeah, I believe there's a second moon, and however this is transposing, whether the moon is turned around on its axis or the moon went to a slot and another moon came out and we're looking at another moon. Well, your generation is going to figure it out, David, because I think we've gone about as far as we're going to go with this. I mean,
yeah,
I don't know.
I'm with you. I think the explanation, because the tilt of the moon, you're right. I don't know which way to put it. The yaw of the moon appears to have been tilted onto its side slightly by I don't know how many degrees, I forget. And that doesn't make sense, right? If maybe they had a cloaking field that, as long as we're not visiting them, and it was in operation, or wasn't in operation, right? Maybe we went beneath the field layer and it became the real moon. You know, I don't know. There's too many things too many anomalies, and you're right. And when you add them all up, it draws a picture that there is something unusual about it, and it puts, if all those facts together really quantify that there's something there. Likewise with Mars and the colorization of the film, and the structures, and the forever denial from NASA about anything at all that's there, and all of their failures to get on there. Do you think there's there's the obelisk on the moon of Mars as well?
There's many buildings on Mars, and there's a few on the moon, and all those are impact craters on the moon. Then they can't be all those impact. They're not all impact craters. They can't be. There's too many of them. There's like 3,900 of them.
We had on our show Jose Escamilla, who did the Moon Rising documentary, and now Celestial, where there's anomalies on the moon, and appears to be glass domes, and there's a whole bunch of stuff.
They're cloaking it. They're cloaking some of it from us. There was a time when there was a whiteout. You look at the moon and it was like completely white. There were no craters that you could see, or large blue areas. Mm-hmm. I said, "What the hell's with the moon tonight?" They said, "Oh, it's a whiteout." Well, okay. You hear of blackouts? I heard of blackouts, but now it's a whiteout. That's a whiteout. Very interesting. So, the evidence is out there, and it's overwhelming. Go ahead.
And it's interesting that you said blue areas, Mecci.
Quite right.
So you picked up on that too, yeah?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, this is, I don't know if you've been able to watch the documentary that Jose put together, but in fact, the areas that are standing out the most are blue. Oh, some feedback, that's odd. It was astonishing to watch it. If you do get a chance, do see it. And I'd just like to say, in regards to the moon and the Earth as a binary system, if there's nothing else in the world that bothers anyone, if there's nothing else in the world that doesn't tickle your curiosity, the Moon-Earth-Sun relationship is probably the most unique relationship that I'm aware of in astrophysics. And the coincidences are astonishing. The moon is 400 times the size of the sun, but it's 400 times closer. So therefore, when you come to the eclipse, the moon fully covers the sun. Also, the Earth covers the moon. Obviously, otherwise we would have the moon shining in some fashion as it goes around us. The same phase is always showing to us. It's rotating very oddly. It's the moon. The moon is the single biggest mystery we have to solve yet, I think.
I fully agree with you there on that, Mecci. I think it's been an anomaly since we first seen it in our skies.
But Dave, is there a way to send Bernard the link to the documentary?
Oh yeah, look up.
Yeah, I got it.
You got it. Just paste it in the chat here. Bernie's an avid Skype user.
Because that is really worth watching. I think that.
Yeah, absolutely. So Bernie, I appreciate your time, your valuable time with us, and I know that we've been on air for you and I have been on air for 4 hours, and you spent some time also with Tones. Is there anything you don't think we've asked yet? We might have some more. I think we
might have went on mute.
I think we might have some audio issues with Bernie. But everybody.
He said he lost the audio.
Oh, there you go, Bernie. It's back again.
I'm back again.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
You're back. Yeah, you're back.
Again, hang on.
Okay, I think he's just put himself back to mute again.
I'm in and out.
Yeah, there you go. That sounds better.
Okay. That was very interesting about the moon. I didn't catch all of it. I was going to say something about the moon. I can't remember what it was. I'm just getting tired. Is what it is.
Well, I'll tell you, Amelia done a good job on that movie. That's the best one he's done yet.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
I didn't know he was on your show too, there, Dave.
Yeah,
I missed that one.
He was our first guest.
Yeah, he was our first guest.
Oh yeah.
And you gave him
that's
to
right.
us.
Oh yeah. Well, hey, it's about spreading knowledge, you know.
It sure is.
Don't matter who talks to people.
As long as the word gets out. That's
right.
Exactly right. So Bernie, I can hear you back online. Is there anything you don't think we've asked? and I recognize. Look, I recognize you have a wealth of knowledge.
I'm trying to remember something I wanted to mention about the moon. He was mentioning about the moon. I don't know, was the orbit of the moon?
The size, relative size.
That's it.
Tidal lock.
That's it. Okay. No one has ever explained, and he's mentioned about the eclipse of the moon, and I know people that did a lot of experiments with this at NASA, completely, the phases of the moon, like we see a quarter moon or a half moon or full moon, the way the shadow is cast on the moon. Somebody did an experiment to try and duplicate the shadow of the moon based on the size and candle power of the sun and the earth coming in between us and the moon, and then casting a shadow on the moon, the way it casts a shadow in different parts of the sky. No one's ever been able to completely duplicate all those shadows, all those phases that we see.
Yeah.
To the best of my knowledge to this day. And I know somebody personally who has been became an absolute fanatic about it and was spending a great deal of his personal money. He's a very wealthy man, so it really didn't mean too much to him. Try, ascertain, duplicate the results of the phases of the moon, the shadows that we see in the moon, or the blue moon, or different moons we see in the sky that are partly whited and then partly phased out either in blue or a dark shadow. He could never duplicate everything.
That sounds like a job for our station astrophysicist WH to tackle.
And actually, somebody wanted him to go look on him as they do it. He was working at it very hard for a very long time, and he couldn't seem to figure out how it's done. So he had like a light, everything in proportion, lighted up, and he's getting a shadow, on a proportioned moon, and he couldn't make it work like the pictures we take of the moon in the sky.
Mm. Wow. Oh, that's awesome. Wow. It's getting really really late for us in Australia.
It's getting on 1:15 in the morning, guys.
Yeah.
It's only 11 a.m. here.
Where?
California must be about 9 a.m.
Wow.
You getting ready to call it quits and do it again someday, or?
Oh, I'd love to, if you don't mind, Bernie. Bernie, you are always welcome. Anytime, any place, it's all good. You just let me know.
Anyway, I think it's been great having you come on the station. Shoot, this is about your 4th time now, and we still pulling information.
This is honestly one of the most interesting interviews I've ever had, and with the most broad topic selection. You're a wealth of information, and it's an absolute pleasure to have you on the show. If you don't mind, I'd like to replay this at a more sensible time when our show is on, as well. Mecci, were you on board?
100%.
Awesome.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
In fact, sorry, Bernie, go on.
Are you going to YouTube it, or?
Yes, absolutely.
If you don't mind,
with
It's a good day. As long as I get a partial copy of it. I can't remember everything I say anymore.
No, absolutely.
I can't remember.
When you get our age, Bernie, you have to write stuff down.
Yeah, I can't remember all the same sequence anymore. I just can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
It would be awesome if we could go into some of the topics we covered. I mean, I've only been on with you for 1.5 hours. Seems a lot shorter, to be honest with you. But if we could cover some more topics in more detail, that would be brilliant.
I'm available if you are. I just need to take a break for about 10 minutes.
No. Look, that's fine. In fact, I don't know if we can do it tonight, but we would certainly love to repeat this.
Absolutely, 100%. You got my email address and my website, and email me. We'll get together. Or give me a call on the Skype. You got my Skype number.
Mm-hmm.
I'm usually available Eastern Standard Time after 3 p.m. Monday through Friday, and I'm available on the weekends. I work 7 to 3 Monday through Friday. So this has been a very interesting conversation. I didn't think there was anybody out there would ever listen to something like this.
There's probably 100,000 people listening right now, to be honest with
you. Exactly.
That many? Really?
Yeah, just about, yeah. Because we've got affiliates as well, so there's probably a good 60,000 direct connections that we can probably be sure of.
Mm-hmm.
The affiliates, there'll be more.
We can't track none of the mobile devices.
No. So there's a lot of people listening.
So, look, I think we're unless a Mad Painter wanted to take it on, and unless Bernie you're able to keep going, I think we'll call it quits. A Mad Painter, do you have access to the?
I do not, but Hawk's around here somewhere.
Is he up to
chat room a little while ago. You're going to have somebody kick on the auto server. Justin or Tones can do it.
Yeah, well, I know Tones had hung on pretty late, so I don't think he's...
WH can too, but I'm not sure.
Alright. Yeah, I don't see Hawk. That's okay. I'll just PM him and see if we can get him to close it out.
I can pick up the station and go for a little while, but I don't know how long.
Alright, well, why don't we do that?
So if you want to get off, I'll take it over and hold a round table.
Alright, cool, because I can't get on as producer anymore either. He must
We'll have about 30 seconds of dead air, and that's it.
Alright, fantastic. Okay, thank you everybody. Thank you Michael, thank you Mad Painter, thank you Mecci, thank you Dude Guy, and thank you so much Bernie. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. My pleasure, and really feel privileged to be here eventually.
Oh, look, the privilege is all ours. Thank
Absolutely.
you so much, and thank you to all our listeners who have hung on and who have been in the chat room and have seen us for the last 4 hours. Thank you so much, everyone. It's good night from me, and it's good night from you.
It's good night for me as well, guys. Talk to you all later.
All right. See you on the other side.